everybody? Welcome back to Wampleville and welcome back to some more of our flats. We haven't done any of our Japanese themed flats yet. We did some Arthurian ones last week. We've already done the first of our BSG ones. Hey there, Armored Wolf. These are as you can see, these are the ones that have a little bit more dimension to them. They're not quite as flat because I think it works out better with the hair. The other ones, I'm not so sure they work out as well. The Japanese ones, I think they actually work out better with this image to STL version. So yeah, Armored Wolf, I mean, maybe it seems like Friday will be the worst of the days. Actually, Saturday, Sunday seems more like a snow sort of thing. But yeah, that's what I was trying to do as much as I could with all of the windows and all that other kind of stuff. Thank you so much, Cam. To appreciate this. Hopefully you had a chance to do some streaming there. I know you did stream. Oh gosh, was that? I don't even know what day it is anymore. It was probably Monday or something like that. Monday or Tuesday, right, Landrast? At least here I got this stuff ready to go. Actually, here, let me see. Why is this all? There we go. Okay, that's a little bit. There we go. That's a little bit easier. So yeah, Canada, that was a Trench Crusade backdrop, and that's all ready to go. Let me try and grab this thing here if I can, without just dropping it. So hopefully you got a chance to check this thing out. This was our latest video here, and that bust really did work out well. I gotta say that was not too shabby right there. That's fantastic, Cam Duck, and hopefully everything went great. No mischief with any Streamlabs stuff or whatever's there. And again, the Landris, I think I sent you some pictures, right, of the backdrop there, and well, that was oh yeah, that Landris, that was looking really good too. Yeah, I think that worked out pretty good. Should be super happy with how that turned out. Let me just grab me some of this here, and we are just gonna do a little bit of this just to kind of start bringing out some of our shapes. We'll just start doing some glazy stuff too. So yeah, basically, I mean, it's still about 11 degrees right now, so kind of toasty here, but by the by the end of this stream, it'll probably be about 0 or something like that, and then tomorrow that's where things get interesting. Because by tomorrow, air temperature is probably minus 10-ish, something like that. Jesus, sorry, Cam, that there's just no, you never get any kind of break from Streamlabs, do ya? See you in a bit there, Landras. See you in a bit. Safe travels back. Again, doing the same deal here on this one. Then we're going to do the kind of the glaze stuff over the top of this. So actually, Landras, well, let's see, you're probably already off the thing there, but that was actually a canvas. So that was the first time I painted on canvas. I mean, the one that I did for the previous tutorial, that really, I mean, it wasn't really taking advantage of the canvas itself. This was really taking advantage of the actual canvas itself. So that was kind of cool. So you can kind of see now some of those flowers actually start to stand out. Boy, Cam, I can't wait for you to see the this video. Again, I'm gonna be uploading that after the stream tonight. So Cam, you know how we would do our 2D art and it would be that kind of watercolory type stuff? This was like that on steroids. Yeah, this it was. I felt like I was doing another watercolor painting there. Nice to see you there, Kyron. And actually, believe it or not, Ken, I was actually able to stand up and paint because, again, the area that I thought was going to work for it, well, I've got another camera boom that I'm going to add, ironically enough, to the other camera boom, and I think that'll make it work. But here I was actually able to stand while I was painting that one. So that was like an extra treat. Oh man, let me tell you, Cam, I wish I could paint miniatures standing up. That would be so much more fun. So, Cameron, happy Friday. Well, we got 2 minutes of Thursday here. Probably less. We got like a minute and a half of Thursday left here. And again, for all the folks where it's going to be frosty, or for all the folks that are going to get ice, also too, for the folks where it's getting cold and you're not used to the cold, you're going to want to open up the cabinet underneath your kitchen sink. That's going to make your kitchen colder, but it also is going to make your pipes not go kaboom. So that is something. I mean, I was standing there, I was filming one of the humidifiers, and I could feel that cold air coming through that under cabinet thing or the under the sink there. But it also again means that the pipes are less likely to go kaboom. That sounds like a NASCAR driver there, Camda. Yeah, that sounds like your prototypical NASCAR driver. Two or three first names. Yep, that's there we go. All right. So, ready to go. Actually, I'm going to snap me a little picture here. Let's do this. Camera somewhere here. Let's do this thing. And now let's do some glazes. Oh, I actually do have on the palette this right here. So yeah, cobalt teal bluish, all series 7 of it, Camda. All series 7 of that. And again, this was really fun. Boy, and Cam, I think I sent you a bunch of pictures of the busts, right? There's actually more. There's more of them. Dozens of designs. Now, of course, the GPTs did their usual thing where it's like, so why did these last 10 look exactly the same with slight little differences? And of course, that led to the inevitable arguing back and forth, and then the final admittance says, yeah, this is not going to work anymore. It's like, well, you could have just told me that, I don't know, an hour and a half ago and saved us all a whole bunch of time. So, yeah, Camda, I'm going to, well, obviously, I'm going to start bringing into Meshi the ones that A, are kind of my faves, B, also the ones that I'm hoping would be a little bit easier to make work. So, again, we'll see. No way to know. Nice to see you there, Sector X. Well, I'm sure it's still a happy Thursday out there. And I'm guessing, well, I don't think you're going to have to deal with quite the frosty weather that we're going to have to here. Yeah, so Sectrix, actually Sectrix, have you tried High-Tem or Tripo? Now, I believe that High-Tem or Tripo, and that's just how I'm going to pronounce those, they do have, they do let you use the multi-view input there, but it seems like High-Tem is a little bit, the files seem a bit more primitive for, that's not quite the description of them, but they don't, they seem to be more stylized when they emerge. Again, I could be wrong about that, but whatever. Of course, now there is no trying anything. Not only not trying anything for free, but even those monthly things are so limited, they're almost useless. Let me do this right here. That is also part of our dragon right there. Let me do this. Question is, do we want to go light in the background? Or I think maybe lighter is probably the way to go. Now this here gonna be darker, I think, with more more of our Prussian blue. Let me try this here on our character here. Then again, when we go in with the lighter stuff, that's also going to make a change to things. Try this here. Yeah. Oh, good thing. Good thing I saw. Good thing I took a second look there. I almost forgot about that. The sash thing here. All right. Let me get some more going with this over here. Now that's fantastic, Irid. Irid, if you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead. Same thing there, Camda. So Irid, your picture there, it reminded me. There actually was a couple of times, Irid, where I was able to use those PBO paints or Pabeo paints or whatever the heck they're called. Everybody check out that that Pinterest link that Irid Camwife just shared. So yeah, I got a chance to paint on Picture Jasper once or twice with those Pabeo or PBO paints, however you want to pronounce them. Now, I think maybe twice I got a chance to paint on Picture Jasper, which was that was pretty wild. So everybody check out the Pinterest link that Irid just shared, and who knows, maybe the Picture Jasper is in that very post. Now that is not something that I've had in my hands for a long time. So the PBO paints, these were you could put them in a standard oven, and you could actually fire them in a standard oven. The downside was until you fired them, they were super sticky, and if you anything got in contact with that, well, I was putting them on ceramic tiles and slump glass. Those were the two primary things that I was doing. The PBO, I forget what the heck they were called, but essentially, again, it was a paint that you could fire. But again, in a standard oven, you didn't need a kiln. And those things were hyper translucent. Holy smokes, Cam! It's like every color was Indian yellow. Even the darkest of dark colors was still basically Indian yellow. It was oh my gosh. It was hilarious in a way that wasn't. Where's my thinner here? Let me just get this going. So yeah, Aaron, I tried the Pabeo oils. Now, I think that was when we were still doing mostly pre-glaze for everything. So, and if I can find those again, we'll maybe give them another shot. Kind of like the Holbeins, right, Camda, the ones that's like, well, yeah, these don't really work the way I need them to. But again, that was in the time of pre-glaze. So things could be different now for sure. Now you could, obviously there was a white and it was opaque. You're almost better off just throwing the white down and then doing the other stuff over the top of it. And of course, Cam, that you're painting literally on glass. Yeah, you're painting on glass or tile, which is about as smooth as glass. Talk about a non-absorbent surface, Camda. Yep, that was what you call the non-absorbent surface there. Now, Camda, is that the Alkyd Terra Rosa, or is that your Winsor Newton Terra Rosa there? Because the Alkyd Terra Rosa, well, Alkyd anything just acts a little bit differently, right? There is definitely a difference. It's hard to say exactly what it is. And again, the voice is going to be really crazy. It is not going to go well. There's probably going to be a lot of medicine. Well, it's partial medicine. It's not the real medicine because well, I haven't been able to go to the pharmacy, and I ain't going to be able to get to the pharmacy tomorrow or Saturday. So yeah, I haven't seen that happen there, Camden. Now, of course, who knows? Maybe it's a little long in the tooth or something like that. That could be possible. Not, don't know, but who knows? Maybe that's what's afoot there. You know what? More of just the Prussian. Actually, I'm tempted to grab. I might just also grab the Indanthrone Blue in a bit here. Don't be surprised if that's what happens. I'm just gonna throw some of this darker stuff in here, just for now. Might hit it with even another darker glaze or something. Maybe, yeah, we'll stop right there. We'll stop right there. Do this now. Again, so for the folks that are maybe not from the coldest of areas and you're about to get yourself some cold, you're going to be wanting to look out for ice jams. You're going to be wanting to look out for pipes wanting to do the crazy thing, and you kind of keep that from happening. Again, you got to take those cupboard doors underneath the sink. You got to open those babies up. It's going to make your kitchen real cold, but a cold kitchen is better than pipes that go kaboom. So to prevent the kaboom, open those doors. Do this also too. If you got if you got those warm mist humidifiers, those are very helpful. I've got I got 3 of those working working around the house right now. Let me get this going here. Not sure what we're gonna do frame wise on these. We probably just keep it a simple brown of some kind, something like that. Now down this side here. It's funny, Camden. I saw just happened to run across this thing on Facebook about I think it was probably a HITEM or something like that. And there was a historical guy that said, well, it still puts like a canteen where there should be a backpack. And the other person was saying, well, it messed up all the text and all the usual things that we find that get messed up, right, Camden? I thought that was fairly entertaining. Alright, so then we kind of leave that one alone. We march on over here, where we'll take that and again some of our Prussian blue here. And again, everybody please give Camden Paints a follow. Also give Irritakill Wife a follow. We'll certainly work back into this with our with some of our magentas and pinks and all that good stuff. And again, apologies about the voice. It is going to be very gravelly. This is how it's going to go tonight. I can see that. And nope, there is no T because T puts the stream in streaming. Also don't have any T, so there's that as well. Let's keep going with our blue here. Same thing here. We might also make that also a little bit darker and also maybe change the blue just slightly. Possibly, well, again, a Indanthrone Blue, not the worst thing. Nope, that one doesn't have to have the blue one. Okay, all right, we can get that figured out. Here goes around said flower, and then I'll stop there. Now, more of the phthalo blue kimono style here. Maybe try to again leave some of these areas here where we're going to have our magenta flowers. Maybe leave those open. I think it'll be easier to get those in there if we do. Yeah, let's do that. Also here. More of the blue there. Boom, there we go. So like I was saying earlier, it does seem like of all of the different genres, of which, well, we got four of them, the Japanese bus seemed to work best in again, this was done with Maker World, which allows me to do more of a bas relief. The other ones aren't quite so much of a bas relief. Great to see you there again, Boneless. Again, hopefully, again, folks are trying to stay warm there. It's especially well, actually, it seems like all 3 days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, will be pretty weird. Now, the plan for the Friday broadcast is supposed to be. Remember, we've got this. We have our 28 millimeter scale Golden King. So some of my specialty figures. Now, the plan also for Friday was to have some of my new Trench Crusade busts ready, but that's not going to happen because I'm not even going to try to print anything tomorrow. Because if it is as windy as they're talking about, we're not gonna do any printing tomorrow. That sounds that sounds fantastic there, Landrest. Now, Landrest, were you going to be getting together with the crew, or is it just kind of like you and Mario or something like that? Or were you going to head on over to the castle on Saturday or something like that? And again, congrats on getting the Blood Bowl team done and the Star Wars fig. They're definitely looking pretty neat. So, Boneless, if you want to share something in the chat there, you know the deal. You know the deal. You want to share some stuffs in the chat, please go ahead. And of course, hopefully, again, people got a chance to check out the newest video. There is another one on the way. Again, after the stream, I'm going to start uploading it. So, let me see. Probably by 6:37 in the morning, potentially my time. That baby is going to be posted up on the Patreon page. Something like that. Send in the clones, Landress. Send in the clones. But that should be again. That should be looking fabulous. Glad you'll be able to hang out with the crew there a little bit, Landrast. Ah, oh well. You know what? Let me see something here. There. What the heck? Everybody check out link there that Studio Boneless just shared. Go check out some fabulous OSL. Studio Boneless just shared. Now, what about in here? What's going on in there? Okay, this row here. Alright, let's do that. Oh, but we also do want to preserve these flowers right here. More of our blue stuff there. Like this here. So yeah, the we'll just we won't be able to do and get those babies printed out like I thought we were going to be able to. And well, definitely when I our little medicine break might be a little longer type because I do have to go around and check, especially the dehumidifiers, see if those need to be refilled at all. I don't think so. I tried to make sure. That's another reason why the stream was about 10 minutes later than I was expecting because I had to make sure that those things were basically at maximum capacity. And thus, today was also the ritual of well, for all intents and purposes, the saran wrap on various windows. I experimented with some windows that I've never ever put the stuff on before. Yeah, you know, we will put that on there, okay. Whoops, wait. And then some of that there. Now, now behind, let me try this here. This is not something we've really done too much in the past, but I think this could be interesting. So we're gonna take this here. Do I go more contrasty with this lighter stuff and make it warmer? Well, all right. What's that gonna do? Well, we're gonna find out. We are about to discover. Glad that the floral source light attempt worked out well there, Studio Boneless. See, the problem with this is it's virtually the same color as the skin tone, so I'm not so sure about that over there. But over the here, this is a little different. Let me get that into here. So Cam, that when you watch the that painting video, you will see. You talk about caress the brush, don't crush the brush, Camda. Oh my goodness! Wait till you see this. It I'm literally just like holding the brush like this and painting away with it. That's or holding it like this. Actually, this is how I'm holding a pencil, Camda. Yeah, so that should. I think that's gonna be neat for folks to get to see that. I think that's gonna be very helpful. Again, that's why I kind of went ahead with that particular video because I thought, well, it kind of capitalizes on a few current things. Well, I also needed to paint a backdrop anyway, so there was kind of no choice. That backdrop had to be painted, and I thought, well, it's best to paint it in a video because otherwise people will not see the process. I think it was better going Yeah, going with the lifers. These were very simple primer. Just the Badger Stynylrez, and that is it. I wouldn't be surprised if we have our usual Thursday raids from Cap and Kaylee, which, well, I think we're still about an hour away from those yet. Hey, Recoil, how you doing? Thanks, Recoil. Appreciate that. And now we forgot this for Camden too. So say we all. There you go. So great to see you there, Recoil. So Recoil, yeah, we're not getting the ice or anything like that. We might be getting some snow, a little like a minor snow on Sunday or something like that. There still could. Well, it depends on the winds, Rico. If we get the super heavy winds, then that might make a difference. Otherwise, maybe not quite so much. It'll really depend. Now, oh, you know what? I'm gonna do this. I wasn't initially going to, but I'm gonna try this here. So radiant green. And recoil, I think I might have sent you the late. Now, did I send you like the ones with the stigmatic none, the bust concepts there, recoil? I'm pretty sure I sent you the ones with the anti-tank guy, the stigmatic none. I think I sent like the tank officer and such too. If I didn't, I'll go. I'll double check and see if I sent you those or not. Yeah, recoil. So well, let me say that. That's that must be 100 degrees Fahrenheit recoil, because I'm looking like 100 degrees Celsius. That's got to be 100 degrees Celsius. That's got to be about 250 degrees. How's about we welcome in Darling Creepshow? How you doing there, Darling Creepshow? Everybody, please give Darling Creepshow a follow. So, Darling Creepshow, again, you want to share stuff in the chat? You know the drill. Like always, you want to share stuff? Please go ahead and do that. So, Darling Creepshow, hopefully you're staying warm there, or hopefully you don't have to deal with snow. Again, here it's still about 11 degrees or 12 degrees or so, so still pretty warm right now. It will not be quite as warm, I do believe, in a little bit. So these are the first of our Japanese themed flats right here. Nice to see you back, KFC. How you doing? And Drosarius. So Grizz, how you doing there? I hope all is well. So again, where's our? Oh, here it is. Yeah. So there's our Boltar flat right there. Again, this is in the same style where it's got a little bit more of the bas relief, not quite as flat as some of the other ones. So here's another. So there's another one that I printed out right here. So I've got tons and tons of different designs. Here's now here's one of our Arthurian ones. Now let's see. See, there's a couple of. This is the way we've been doing all of them before, but this is a new little experiment that I'm trying. Hey there, Kagomez Fury. Great to see you. Yeah, Creepshow. I was wondering. I was hoping that you were doing okay there. Now here we're not supposed to get any kind of. I mean, we might get some snow on Saturday, Sunday. Nothing too big. Other folks that with the ice and stuff that aren't used to getting them, it's gonna be a little different story. So Kagomi's free. Same deal. If you want to share stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Now our one of our recent streams was this. This was super fun. Actually, I think this was our last painting stream right here. This was the Golden King of Abrakan, and this is again one of my own figures right here. Character for my Harad army. I think I do have. Yeah, here he is. So you can see how he matches up with the Harad color scheme right there. And let me see. Why I don't have my? Oh, geez, I don't have the Trench Crusade Buster. Well, when I go check on stuff later on, we'll go grab our Trench Crusade bust. Let me see. Oh, thanks, Kagome Fury. Yeah, I wanted something that was going to definitely contrast with all that gold and give a good chance of putting some nice reflections on the gold as well. So again, Creepshow, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please feel like you can do that, of course. And everybody, please give Darling Creepshow a follow. And again, Kagomi's Fury, if you'd like to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that too. That'd be sensational. Now, here's our this is my most recent tutorial right here. This is an interesting little exercise in that one half of them, I mean, he's perfectly symmetrical. One half of him is in true metallic metals, the other half is in non-metallic metals. And it's all oil paints, but one half of them is painted in one method, one half is painted in another. And that's kind of a reprise of this exercise. Now the thing is, this one obviously there was skin, and he wasn't exactly symmetrical. And ever since I did this one, which again was split right down the middle, half is in true metallic, the other half is in regular metallic, and I just thought ever since then that would be really nifty if we had a bust that was just entirely nothing but metal. And I was going to make something in Eldritch Foundry that really wasn't going to work. I was glad that I just ended up making again my own bust. That worked out just a little bit better that way. And the Cylon bust was absolutely sensational for that. Worked out really, really, really well. So KFC, hopefully you're staying warm there as well. Now here, there's a little bit of that's going to get mixed into there. We're also going to be taking, again, some of our lighter magenta color, but first we want all this stuff around it to have a chance to set, of course. Let me, let's do that. Let's do that. Now, let's take some of our Terra Rosa, mix it with this here. A little bit of our, whoops, there's some of our violet right there. A little more, little more. Hey there, Mr. Snipes, how you doing? So Kagomi's Fury, I wasn't sure. First there was 24 inches, then it was 17 inches, then it's 12. Next thing you know, it's 6. Next thing you know, it's 3. Now Kagomi's Fury, I'm guessing there's still a case of any kind of snow might create some mayhem because there's not quite the amount of snow removal stuff there as there is here. 12 inches of snow here would be interesting, but again, with all the snowplow and the garbage trucks, they just put a snowplow on them and they put a salt spreader on the back, and now we've like tripled the amount of snowplows that we got. There's the dedicated ones, and then there's the specialty ones. Now, Kago, I guess it's a good thing they're getting out there, right? Guess it's a good thing they're getting out there now. Not waiting around. Alrighty, let me, ooh, picture time. Holy smokies. I almost forgot about that, Cam. I'm going to try and get me some of the brown on the frames there. Let's do this here. And, now, I guess where you're going to get some of the ice there, too, Kagomi's Fury. The same thing, for Darling Creepshow, because, well, the ice is the thing where I think it only takes about an inch of ice before power lines start going, snappy right there. So hopefully that is well, you get that, and then the winds on top of it. Then power lines start those start snapping like twigs there. I'm gonna go with the darker down into here, I think. So yeah, it's gonna be especially for the folks that don't ever drive in that, right, Mr. Snipes? There. I don't know. Michael, you might as well just paint, especially if you're gonna get a nor'easter. Might as well just paint. Yeah, that would certainly be a nice, wouldn't it, there, Kokomi's Fury? Yeah, that's an extra little adventure that you don't need, right? So again, we'll see how things are rolling here tomorrow. I think by Friday, it's still going to be, I think, in that cold range. But we'll see again. It really comes down to all the wind and such. That's what's going to determine a lot. Yeah, Tux, you can never be too prepared, right? Never be too prepared. Now, again, for folks that are maybe going to be getting some snow, you want to be on the lookout for ice jams. So if you start seeing some massive icicles hanging off your gutters there, that's typically, especially if the water's running down the side of the house, that is a very much a sign of an ice jam. And that's a no bueno right there. You're, well, you don't, I don't necessarily know if you're going to be able to get out and get a roof rake at this late hour. But you don't want the snow piled up, drifting up on parts of the roof there. Because basically what happens is the gutters get frozen over. There's a big pile of snow there. Snow is a good insulator. The heat from the roof starts melting the snow from underneath. Snow can't go in or the ice water that can't go down the gutters, so it goes into the house, the path of least resistance. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it here. So yeah, what you don't want to be dealing with is, oh, is this, did I already, oh, here it is. Here we go. So there's an ice jam for you right there. That's me up on the roof. I don't know. I think this is about 5 years ago now. Yeah, that's probably 5 years ago right there. That's a 3 foot wide broom. That's how big that ice jam was. See all that ice there sitting in the gutter right there? That is something that you're looking to avoid. You don't want that to be happening. So again, yeah, you want to avoid those kind of things. Best way to do that, again, is make sure that you don't have a whole bunch of snow piled up by the gutters. Now, the other thing you can do, now, of course, this is something, I actually have one of these things in the house. I've had it for years now. Ever since that little mountaineering expedition there. And that is basically it's a little heater. Well, it's an electric cord that gives off just enough heat to melt the snow. It's not much heat, but just enough to melt that snow so that it kind of breaks it up. And it's about, usually you put that about 14 to 18 inches from the gutter. Nope, Kago, actually, the reason why that happened is because we got a new roof. Now, because we got a new roof, the vents were in a different place, and when the drifts happen, that's when I found out, and that's when I got that roof rake. Because if you rake the snow off the roof, then there's no ice jams. So that's one way to prevent ice jams is to just, well, not have snow sitting on the roof. So Arid knows precisely what a roof rake is. Yeah, Arid, I'll never forget the first time I saw one of those. Well, I was looking at these roofs in Minnesota, and it literally looked like somebody was trying to cut grass or something. Right, there was these rows of snow that clearly had been removed somehow, and I was like, "What? Somebody took a lawnmower and put it on the roof or something?" No, but what that is again, it's essentially sort of like a giant scraper, and it goes on the back of a really, 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 really long pole. I mean, if you have all of the stuff on there, that pole could be like 20 feet long. It's like a sarissa. Yeah, recoil. It's think of it as like a sarissa with the shovel at the end of it. I mean, it literally is. Well, see, that's what the ancient Greeks used. That's what Philip II used to conquer foreign adversaries. Yes, he used a roof rake. It was cleverly disguised as a sarissa. Well, if you are a rich man, right, Rico, you can have a lawnmower on your roof because you might have a big old garden on your roof, right? Yep, that's possible. So I can see we're kind of starting to get a little bit of our magenta flowery stuff going on here too. Let's get some of these flowers. Then maybe we might even throw some. Yeah, we could maybe. Yeah, we can go against some of our darker turquoise, some of our darker blue. Now that is something that they're doing on a lot of flat roofs around here. So a lot of flat roofs are they're growing crops on the flat roofs and all this other kind of stuff. Cause it is just like wide open space. Now of course there's some upsides. Obviously roof gets kind of insulated. It's downside is a lot of extra weight because well now you got all this dirt up there. There we are. So yeah, I was asking them. I said, "What in the world's going on there?" And they said, "Oh yeah, that's a roof rake." And of course, much like the magical ability of purchasing a snowblower, as soon as I got that roof rake, it never snowed again. Much like last year, right, where New Orleans gets 9 inches of snow, we don't get any snow, which is why we created our merchandise for the Lake Pontchartrain Ski Lodge, which ironically enough it was almost this time. I think it was January 25th or something like that. So it was virtually this same exact time, this same exact thing, well, not same exact, but a similar kind of thing happened back about a year ago. Well, yeah, Mr. Snipes, that's what I used to do. Since it doesn't really snow here anymore, and I didn't just like clean the snow off of my place, I cleaned the snow off of sometimes the next two people on either side of me. Now, I was thinking, real tempted to break out that Indiantron bow, but let's just do this for right now. Let's go with Phthalo Indigo first. Now, the other thing, of course, being an armored wolf knows this, being in the city right here, there's a little bit of contention over parking spaces. And I wouldn't just shovel my parking space, I would do the next two parking spaces on either side, thinking that, well, okay, at least one of those should still be available for me. Just a little bit of a news flash. You don't want to be parking your vehicle. If there's a shoveled out space, Don't think, oh, this is sweet, and park your vehicle there. That would be ill-advised. Yeah, that would be very ill-advised. Now, they say that you can't do dibs and like put garden furniture out there and cones and ottomans or whatever to save that spot. They say you can't do that anymore. But what they don't say, that there's no restrictions on putting the snow back. And that is what I did one time. Somebody decided to park in that space not more than half an hour after I'd shoveled it. So I said, you know what? I think I was very wrong to shovel that. It looked way nicer with all the snow there. What even looked even nicer was the 5-gallon buckets of water that I threw onto the snow to freeze everything in place. So I made a lovely ice sculpture. Made a positively thrilling looking ice sculpture. So again, that's just a little word to the wise there. Not super smart to be parking your vehicle on people's shoveled areas in front of their houses there. Just move on elsewhere. Landdress, I actually I did take pictures of it last somewhere. I got pictures of that. I do consider it. It was one of those limited installations, Landdress. Don't that's what they call those things, right? Limited installations, where they're not, or they kind of they don't last forever. They're just around for a certain amount of time. Yeah, that whole getting rid of dibs thing that didn't last very long. Because if you think that was a creative way to deal with the no dibs, well, people came up with more creative ways. Let's just say that that vehicle never parked in that spot again, which again sometimes unwritten rules need unwritten messages of enforcement. There we are. Let's put it here. I guess it's a good thing I didn't use any crushed glass snow for that, because that would have been a very expensive project. So here we're going more with the orange. Over here, we'll do some a little bit different. But again, after we do this, then we're going to start rolling in, I think, maybe with some lights maybe on our dragon, maybe even actually back in here too. We have to figure out just how light we might want this backdrop over here. Because it can be definitely a whole lot lighter than that. And I think we might roll with something lighter there. Just because. So see you later, Kagomi's Fury. Again, everybody please check out that link that Kagomi's Fury shared. Also, please give Kagomi's Fury a follow on Kago if you want to let folks know when you might be streaming again. Although, it all might be contingent, right, Kagomi's Fury? On kind of what happens with weather and all that kind of stuff. No, actually, yeah, recall they might have to remove the sacred Christmas tomato plant from the window. That's what I was. I might actually take one of my thermometers, stick it in the living room window well area there, and see just what that temperature is. Those OBS settings, they always get kind of interesting, don't they, Kagomi's Fury? You think you're set until you're not set. So take care there, Kagomi's Fury. For sure. Yeah, I'm going to get me a little bit of this in here. I kind of liking that actually. So that's gonna be a bit of a change there. Yeah, sort of like some of that yellowish stuff in there. 1 second there, Mr. Snipes. There you go, Mr. Snipes. A little more of our yellowish orange there. Now let's get back to it over here. So yeah, wish I had the Trench Crusade bus to show folks. But there's gonna be a few more, right, Rico? Well, it all depends. Again, I won't be able to print those out. Yeah, I don't think there'll be any test prints till probably Monday or something like that. Yeah, it all depends if the winds are died down by Saturday. Well, that's all bets are on. Then it's kind of back to, well, sort of normal there. I'm gonna take a little bit there of our. That's just a little hint there of our Terra Rosa. So that almost turns like a green right there. All the way down there. Maybe some of that here. No, picture time. Picture time. Mr. Snipes again. Sometimes you just the message needs to be sent firmly. That's all it is. Just you need a little bit of a reminder. That's all. Now darker stuffs in here. You know what I am? Where'd that? There it is. So Indanthrone blue. This will go out here. Don't need a ton of it. A little bit of that is going to go a super long way. That's for sure. Getting all the yellow and such out of there. Alright, thinner time. Alright. Yep, sure enough. I will make a difference. Yeah, there you go. Yep. Darken this a little as we move into this shadow area here. Also, some of it there. Some of it here. And just in general, let that kind of mix with some of the stuff that's already on here. So KFC, hopefully, weather-wise, you don't have too much mischief coming your way. So recoil, gee whiz, has it pretty much just been 100 degrees the entire month there? Well, at least upper 90s, 100 degrees for most of the month there. Now, according to Kathy's mom, she said there's well, it's not a record number of ice houses out on the lake, but she said there's after like a very dramatic decline over the last few years that it's at least back to normal. She said there's at least 24 ice houses out on the lake. And that lake ice is probably as deep as it's been. Who knows? Might have been since the last time we were walking out on the lake. Yeah, that's probably something that you haven't done too much of, right? Recoil, walk out into the middle of a lake. And by walking out into the middle of the lake, I mean like a mile out from shore. Yeah, this is not like, oh, we're taking like 10 steps out onto the lake ice. No, this is going for a little bit of a stroll. And around you, you see giant pick-em-up trucks and ice houses. Yes, there are houses out on the lake with you. And what's hilarious is that you got people with these mechanized augers punching holes in. Yeah, you got all these people with houses and cars out on the lake on the ice, and they're punching holes in it as fast as they possibly can. Which just I find endlessly entertaining. I do believe that's almost like a here's your sign kind of moment right there. So yeah, so Rico, that's kind of the inverse. Yeah, you didn't have to worry about the water underneath you. You're gonna have to potentially worry about the water over your head. So that's sort of flipping that on its head, so to speak. Gonna get me. There we go. That's a little different. It's got more green in it than what we just. That should have probably should have left that part a little bit lighter there, but it's all good. It's all right. Of course, what's interesting about the ice on the lake is you can hear it creaking and cracking. Yeah, it's not just some nice silent sheet of ice. You can hear it. There's definitely some creaking, and you can hear it cracking every so often. Yeah, ice fishing not exactly meant for the faint of heart. Yeah, and these ice houses, they're not exactly like little tiny little tiny porta potties either. Let's put it this way, Camden. I've seen trailer parks that don't have houses this big. I think some of them had like a second story. They had a deck on them. Pretty sure there was one ice house that had a jacuzzi. So yeah, that's a it's a different flavor for sure. It's a little different flavor than maybe what some folks are used to. All right, now that we've got some of our darks in here, oh, there we go. There you go. We're going to do that again. So we're getting some. This has almost got a little bit of our basically Terra Rossa of green. That's our chromium oxide of green mixed with a little bit of our phthalo green. Where are we at here? We're over here. There we go. And yeah, we need some of that over here too. Start to darken this down, and then we'll start coming back with some of our lighter stuff too, mid-tones, lights, all that good stuff. We'll get there. Yeah, so Irid says there they didn't bother with the ice house. They just took was it a hand auger there, Irid? Now let's put it this way: these guys they got augers It basically looks like they're drilling for oil. Yeah, I've seen larger augers on, or smaller augers on oil rigs than these guys here. And the crazy thing is, Camda, you can see where the ice houses used to be because you're walking over across the lake ice and you're seeing all these weird circular. They're sort of like they almost look like little windows because obviously they have refrozen. So yeah, it kind of looks like these weird little round windows down into the water. So Arid says that no auger, just an axe. Let me get this in here. All right, so we're starting to tighten up some of the things on our dragon. Now, how's about a little stuff on these skinny tones here? Let's get this, also this, maybe some of our umbar there. Let's start getting something that's a little bit. There we go. Got a little bit more dark in it. Yeah, that's interesting, Arid. I still have the shovel that I use for shoveling snow. If it's not 60 years old, it's got to be at least 50 years old. Yeah, that is an ancient implement there. That shovel. That's why right now it's just sitting on the front porch because if somebody wants it, it's quite literally not worth the materials that it's made out of at this point. Let's put it this way: it is. Oh, where's my one? Here we go. Yeah, let's put it this way: it's a little bit like our customized brushes, Camda. Yeah, that's kind of what the shovel. That's about the condition that it's in right there. So yeah, it's not quite what it used to be, to put it mildly. I'm gonna chuck some of my thinner out into some of these little areas here, start breaking some of that down. You know what? Ooh, I'm kind of liking this concept here. Now it's going to be very much a lemon yellow for sure when we do this. Ooh, there we go. Let me just do that. Blending brush. Where you at? Where you hiding? There's one around here. What do I just use? This guy. Well, Mr. Snipes, hopefully there's maybe some fun traditions or something like that that you can kind of continue, especially on the day there. Let me do this. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so well, it's wow, that does that actually makes a bit of an impact right there. There. So yeah, that shovel's got some nails pounded into it to keep the shovel head from falling off. And definitely not in original condition. The sides of it are are so bent and everything that and it's interesting because it's a push shovel. It's not one of those kind of shovels where you pick up the snow and toss it. It's one of those snows designed to just push. It's basically like a handheld snow plow. Ooh, look at this. Look at that. That is a. It's a cutward thing too, but there's definitely a lot of the value in there. And actually, I mean, I can go lighter than this still. Yeah, I could if I really really wanted. I could go lighter than that. I don't believe that I will, but well, here this is gonna really gonna stand out after I do this. Boom, there you go. This is 60% to a pin line wash. It is most definitely not a pin line wash. You wouldn't need me to narrate if it was. You would see it. This most definitely not a pin line wash. Yeah. We better get this on the top port of our Dragon here. Up over the top of him there, and oh, definitely by the mouth here for sure. Well, he really starts to stand out. And then we'll get our lighter turquoise in there as well. Again, we're using the fabulous Series 7 Williamsburg Cobalt Teal Bluish. Camda, there was about, I want to say, at least 4 or 5 of the Paul Rubens paints that I haven't used probably since some of the very earliest days of testing those out. So that was pretty wild. Again, a lot of the oranges, some of the reds. Again, colors that I had not touched in quite some time. All right, yeah, that does make a difference there. Here we are. All right. Hey there, Lady B. How you doing? Well, that would be a happy Friday for Lady B Miniatures. How you doing there, Lady B? Hopefully, maybe some of the printing stuff is back online again, and of course, so say we all. So thank you so much. Appreciate you being here. Thanks, Lady B. These are some of the new flats here now. It's a different style than the original flats, so these have a little bit more of a relief to them. Here's our Baltar flat. So again, our original flats are, well, they're much more flat. Let's put it that way. Much more flat. Here's again one of our. So again, that doesn't have quite as much dimension to it as these guys do. Thanks, Lady B. Actually, Lady B, here's another fun. Well, so this is a really interesting thing. We did an exercise, half TMM, half non-metallic. This was the perfect bust to try that with. We also have, well, maybe, who knows, maybe Saturday we'll do another one of our BSG busts because, well, again, we've got a whole bunch of these. I think I got at least 3 more printed out. Let's see, yeah, 3 more because I've got Ellen Ty. I have Rod. Oh, and Starbuck. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. Yeah, maybe we'll paint Starbuck and Roz and stuff. Thanks, Cam. I could use me a little bit more of this. Actually, the voice does sound better. Even though this is not the actual medicine, it's kind of working there. Mr. Snipes, well, one of the things that can also help, I mean, I've got tons of these little lights like these guys, right? So that one's kind of a green. Is this the yeah, okay, so there's kind of like a violet flavored one. There's some that are more orange. So lots of different LED lights, and you can sometimes kind of get a little preview of what your source lighting should look like. Let's see. Well, these are a little bit more recoil, but it's kind of a weird more. And then the other ones have way less. Actually, recoil, that ultramarine, it's funny because he's about as thick as these, right? And these are the ones I did in Maker World that have the frames on them. So yes, we will. Let's see. I have a Leoben bust. Obviously, an Athena bust. I've got Cavill, and I can't remember which model. Do you remember recoil? Which of the Cylons Lucy Lawless was? For the life of me, I cannot remember. Because I'm pretty sure that you know Sharon Athena or whatever it was. I think that model was 8. Maybe Lucy Lawless's character was like was that a 4 or something, or was it a 7? Because I think Cavill was what, a 2 or something like that. So yeah, Mr. Snipes, you can do that, and of course, I mean we do this all the time. It's an inside out kind of thing, right? The inside's going to be the lightest, and the outside's going to be the darkest. Doesn't matter what the color is, whether it's magenta, blue, whether it's green, whether it's orange. It's all going to be kind of working the same. And here's again a little example of our orange right there, again from the inside and out. We've got our, so where's the, oh, here we go. We got Grievous, right? 4 glowy sticks, a couple of different colors, again from the inside and out. Great to see you there, Ingunners. Everybody, please give Ingunners a follow. You know what you got to do there, Ingunners? Why don't you please share your fabulous Instagram link? Ingunners also does the oil paints. So please give Darling Creepshow, Kagome's Fury, and now Ingunners a follow if you could. Check out that Instagram link. Again, give Ingunners a follow. Is that gonna? It's a little bit too thin right now. We're gonna make that a little bit thicker this way. So she's a 3. So Cavill is okay. I wasn't sure if Cavill was 1 or 2. I thought maybe Ellen Ty was a 1, actually, recoil. So she's a 3. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Again, I don't have that one printed out. And, the printing stuff, again, it's at least on pause right now. And until we kind of figure out, that again depends on kind of how tomorrow plays out. If tomorrow is, we kind of get through tomorrow with not too much mayhem, maybe we'll try to get some stuff printed out, say Friday into Saturday. But I think I'm just gonna have to. Well, I have plenty of things already printed out that I can work with. I don't need more of that. So yeah, we did 6 when we did Adama, so we did a couple of our busts there. And then of course on our stream tomorrow we're going to be painting the 28mm version of this, and also 2. Here we go. There's one. There's the other one. So this is again part of my whole where I'm doing all of the ring rates, the named ring rates, and this is the Shadow Lord before and the Shadow Lord after. So I'm gonna get these guys on bases, and that is what we'll be painting on the stream. Well, later today. Now I have two different versions of obviously the Sharon slash Athena slash Boomer bust there. Obviously, there's the 8, right? And of course, then there is Boomer. So I got two different versions of that bust. And again, now I've got a whole ton, and I do mean a ton, of Trench Crusade busts. I don't know. Rico, again, I don't think I know I didn't send you all the pictures, Rico, and I still must have sent you like 30. Now, let's put it this way, Rico, even it was telling me, it's like, well, we've done 30 of these. So yeah, there might be a few of them. Now we'll see what happens with those ones with the Court of the Seven-Headed Serpent. We'll see if it's able to figure out what to do with the back of them. I have a feeling there, Rico, that there might be some mischief with the backs of those things. But we'll see how it plays out. Maybe we get lucky. All right, so now we're just going to have to leave that. Be. Now I'm going to stroll back. Oh, maybe picture time also. So if you check out the Instagrams, I try to have basically, for all intents and purposes, work in progress images, because while you can watch the video on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel, if you want to just see the still image of, well, you have to pause it, and that's kind of a pain there. See you in a little bit there, Aaron. See you in a bit. I'm sure, well, yeah, you wouldn't be walking the dogs here right now. Again, I'll be checking the temperature, once I go to grab some more medicine. But I would gather now it's probably about 6 degrees out there, ish, something like that. And that would be Fahrenheit. That would not be Celsius. It's a little chillier than that. Gee whiz, 6 degrees would probably still be in the 40s or something. And if it's 6 degrees Celsius, that's probably about 41-ish degrees or something. That is going to be much lighter right here, I think. Well, first let's get some of our scales here as we welcome in Grand Oracle. How are you doing there, Grand Oracle? Thank you so much. So Grand Oracle, I got a chance to paint that Trench Crusade backdrop, and the fun thing was that it was really large, and I could actually paint that standing up. It was the first time I painted anything standing up that wasn't like, okay, me doing airbrush stuff or the spray can stuff. I couldn't tell you when. It's been that long. It was actually really, really nice. So great to see you again there, Grand Oracle, and hopefully you enjoyed the true metallic versus non-metallic video. Those are always really fun to do. Yeah, I really enjoyed the heck out of that. Where are we at here? We're back here now. Trying to get that lighter turquoise there. And of course, Grand Oracle, if there's anything that you would want to share in that chat, please go ahead and do that. More of that. Here, let's get the scales down here. Yep, like so. Nice to see you there, Surface Tension. So Surface Tension, why don't you share some of the fabulous oil painting stuff there, just like Enganes. And then everybody, again, please check out some fabulous oil painting there by Surface Tension. Nice to see you there, Valfera. So Valfera, let's see. It doesn't look like you're supposed to get like 2 feet of snow there. Now, it was talking about the ice. Is that supposed to be ice on top of the snow, Valfir, or ice first and then the snow? Because it looked, from what you showed me there, it looked like snow first and then ice on top of that. Actually, no, Grand Oracle, I didn't do a stream yesterday. Because, well, Grand Oracle, what happens, right? If I try to stream on Tuesday or Wednesday, that's the day that they choose to do the whole, like, oh, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Nobody needs the internet at 3 o'clock in the morning. We'll just shut it down for about a minute and a half or 2 minutes while we do some maintenance and then turn it right back on again. What could possibly go wrong? Yeah, that makes a little bit more sense. Well, I've seen it go the other way too, Valfira. Actually, neither way makes life very easy, does it? Because, yeah, Valfira, I was kind of hoping that you didn't have to worry about, oh, shall we say, any gravitational challenges there with the ice. Yeah, that was kind of my concern. There was gravitational challenges. Because, gravity is a thing, right? Right, Valfira? It's a fickle thing, too. So, yeah, there was no stream since, let's see, since the Saturday stream. Yeah, since the Saturday stream. I just realized that now. I can see we're getting a little bit more of our light down in there. So Valfira, yeah, I was telling folks that I was doing the plastic sheeting on some windows that I've never actually done that on before. And of course, Rico, what we'll have to see later tonight. Do I need to? I think no matter what, I might have to pull the sacred tomato plant, the Christmas tomato plant out of the window there. Well, Velfair, I thought you would just leave some of the windows open and leave some of that get into the house, because be a little winter wonderland inside the house. I mean, so Rico, I mean, it's just gravity can really bring you down, right? You're flying high, everything is great, you feel good, and then gravity just brings you down. Okay, see, look at that. See that little bit of green up in there? Maybe a smidge more of that here. So we'll get back to this over here too. We're just trying to. I'm gonna see if I can go maybe. Yeah, let's try and lighten up that dragon here a little bit more. Okay, where's my brush that I would be using for that? One of these two. Maybe we'll try this one. Valfira. Actually, I have to write some more sympathies to a Bills fan, and what he's even more livid about is now it gets better, Valfira, because the chosen one needs foot surgery, and they like promoted the GM. So instead of everybody wanted him fired, they promoted him. Oh, and also too, for San Francisco, Saleh is now. I think Saleh went to the Titans, Valfira. Yeah, Saleh went to the Titans. And also too, the Packers lost their DC. Yeah, their DC. I don't remember where their DC went, but he gone. And of course, you've got Harbaugh #1 going to the Giants. I mean, the only reason that I wanted to see Harbaugh #1 go to the Raiders because we would have the Harbaugh Bowl every year, right, Valfera? That could have been interesting, to say the very least. Oh, and of course, Valfera, there was that minor thing called a national championship the other day. Forgot about that. Yeah, that was a pretty intense game. It put the nasty and natty, that's for sure. Well, probably didn't want to quite do that, but we'll go with that right now. Here, let me just let some of that get blended out. So Grand Oracle, will be able to do some miniature stuff this weekend, hopefully. More of the light, and then we're gonna come back with some of the dark too on our Dragon here. Now all just gonna be the light and everything else. We're gonna be coming back with some darks there too. Now, Valfera, since Pavia has been in college football for at least the last 35 years, has he run out of eligibility? I guess that is the question. So Valfera, it's you would think that somebody on a full scholarship to college would not also be collecting Social Security, but that just might be the case with Pavia. Well, Mr. Snipes, that is, hey, Grand Oracle, that's somebody that's going to probably lose a corner or two off of their totem chip card, wouldn't you say, Grand Oracle? A blind lumberjack there. Yep, that's just an invitation to losing part of your, well, also maybe a couple of limbs too. Yeah, the one-eyed axe cutter probably is not ideal. I've seen people with two eyes not know how to handle an axe, but now you bring that down to one, that might be a little bit of an issue. Landris, I thought you were going to say that yours was like a Battlestar Galactica thing, right, where they cut all the corners off of everything, all of the pages, even like the CDs were all like they had the corners cut off on them, which is interesting because CDs are round, yet they still managed to cut the corners off of them. Let me do this right here. Arda Michael, did you get a chance to share your stuff in the chat there? Why don't you share some stuffs in the chat there? Yeah, Velfair, I'm just, I mean, I realize that there's plenty of 300 pounders in college, right, Velfira, but something just tells me that he would get snapped in half about 3 games in. And by 3 games, I mean in the preseason. But I think he's going to try and give it a go. Well, it did just a little bit of rust, right, Mr. Snipes? Just a little bit of rust on that shirt, that's all. So you can see we got a little bit of our lighter green happening there. Now let's to a little bit more of our layers so on the scale. Then we're going to try to go, I think, a wee bit darker with some of this stuff on the scales here. There too. So in there. We can still we can still go lighter there too. We'll wait on that for just, wait, let me try this. Let me try something super quick like here. I think we'll have to wait a bit. Don't be a hasty little hobbit, right, Camda? Don't be hasty. What I do need, though, is over here. You know what? Might even start thinking about some of our lighter yellow off in these areas, too. Everybody check out that link that Artem Michael just shared. Now I guess he's got himself a weathered belt buckle, right, Mr. Snipes? And now, Artem Michael, how is the Blood Bowl League going? Are you still rolling? Tons of interceptions with your. I think was it the flesh golem or the wasn't a zombie. It was had to be the flesh golem because he's like a Jody one, right? Right, Artem Michael. Because if I remember right, he had been rolling lots of sixes for those. Bam, bam, and there. A little more like a so. There we go. Yeah. Here, fine. I'll throw some of this lighter yellow on the top, but that will probably again darken that back down. We're exactly 96 minutes in here. That's it, and again we're working on two of them. So just 96 minutes in here. These were just dark brown primer when we started 1 hour 36 minutes and 55 seconds ago. Yeah, those stat increases are always pretty wild, right, Erda Michael? Yeah, those stat increases, those are not horrible. They change an entire complexion of a team, that's for sure. Back when orc teams used to be able to have ogres, and the ogre had a 3 agility, and he also had he also had pass. Needless to say, it made him very efficient at throwing that goblin. Let me try to lighten this up a teeny bit there, and now some of this too. Ooh, let me get some of that up here. And I'm gonna start to mess around with this right here too. Let me get on that sash there. Back to more of our orangey stuff here. Actually, recoil. Oh, gee, recoil. What have I forgotten? Holy smokes, recoil! Wow, you just reminded me that I gotta do I got make the new goblin team. Recoil. Oh, also recoil. The reason why it reminded me of that is that recoil. You gotta go into well, either Grok or Copilot. Actually, recoil. You could animate that. Yeah, recoil. Do some pictures of it, and then animate that where he ends up becoming a mast on one of the ships. So we got a couple of things I think that we can do some film noirs, Valfera. Let's do a little film noir on this right here. Oh, gee, wow, that's pretty wild. This look at our magenta; it completely disappears. it's gone. I mean, it's like if it wasn't for that little bit of shadowy light, you see nothing there. No, let's bring it back. I think that's the one thing we'll be able to see. That's the yeah. See that already starting to emerge right there. Now this was the big one also too. This is think this is the way to look at it right here. Okay, see all that blue right there? The reflections, right? We'll do a film noir, and all of a sudden now there's no reflections there, right? It wasn't about reflecting light, it was about reflecting a color as much as anything else. So let's bring back said color right here. There you go, blues, and also down here. Also down there. Why? Because look at there's literally blue sitting right next to those coins in this thing here. How would that not reflect? So see you later there, Valfira. But geez, Rico, I've got to do. Yes, I have to redo that Blood Bowl team there. So I gotta. Well, I'm gonna be taking a bunch of pictures of stuff tomorrow. So uh, I'll just try to do that at the same time, so that we can have a brand new Mimes of Moria team, right, Doji? So Doji, guess what's out on the palette? And of course, Doji, if you want to share some links in the chat, you know the drill. You know the drill. So yes, there is fabulous Cobalt Teal, Doji. There is fabulous Cobalt Teal out there. So Recoil, what I want to do is take pictures of my actual figures and then kind of make them a little bit more realistic, and then see if I can't reverse engineer those Recoil to, again, where's he was right here. Where is he hiding? No, not him. Well, wherever he went. Oh, here he is. Yeah. So basically, take pictures of these guys and then again try to rework them. And that was the thing I was certainly thinking about, that surface tension. Again, everybody please check out that link that Surface Tension posted. Some again fabulous oil painted miniatures. So I'll shoot you some messages there tomorrow. Well, later today, Valfair, just to see how you're doing with the snow and all that. But it seems like the snow is going to last for you, what, Sunday night or something? At least that's what it's predicting there. So thanks, Doji. Appreciate that. Me. Okay, that is here. More of our yellow in here. Also some of that here. Pull that down this way. So yeah, surface tension. Recoil wanted to use basically again my original figures. Still have to locate all of them, get the images of them, and see if they can't be improved upon. Maybe also some new ones made. You know, some new and different sculpts too. Surface tension. I actually kind of figured out ways to do that. Yeah, on other things. And the other thing, actually, Recoil, one of the chief things that I've learned with all of those, the busted, the Trench Crusade busts, and I talk about this in the new video, is negative props. I don't know if you've ever done that, surface tension. but I've actually had more luck using negative prompts to prevent all the weird stuff. Believe it or not, some of the negative prompts are longer than the prompt. And I mean like by 2 to 3 times. There was one, I swear the negative prompt was at least 3 times as long as the original prompt. Which I am going to try and get a screen capture of when I go to do the printing workshop video. Let me do this right here. Okay, there's none of the... let me bring in some of this lighter stuff here on a couple of the parts of our design here. Some of the smaller parts out there. So yeah, surface tension, there was, because it was so far along in the project, I basically had to say, nothing from this faction, nothing from this faction, don't do anything from this faction. None of these 10 different things that I know you're going to try and sneak in there. So yeah, recoil, that was, there was a little bit of, well, negativity in some of the prompts. Oh, do we? Okay, yeah. Let's get. There's a little bit of our pattern on this side as well. We need some of that down here. Better thin that down. One sec here. Aha, there we go. See, to thin that down, and we get ourselves some adhesion there. I started using that with the Grox there recoil. Okay, so you want a lightsaber or something like that, and you say, okay, the lightsaber is glowing blue. Well, what's going to happen is that blue glow is going to turn into blue flames. I mean, there's literally going to be smoke coming off of it. And if you say no smoke, none of this stuff, then you at least have a chance where that's not going to happen. Otherwise, it's guaranteed to happen. If you say not to do that, you at least have a partial chance of that not happening. Now, here we're going to get some of our magenta in here. We got the little bit of the crimson of the alizarin variety mixing in with our white there. Letting this get onto our flowers here, and then we're going to get them even later on the edges of those petals. So if you got an Insta or something like that, Mr. Snipes, or you put stuff in somebody's Discord or whatevs, or even like a Facebook, I think if it's in a Facebook post or something, I believe you can link that in the chat. I'm pretty sure other folks have done that. Let's do this. Oh, geez, Recoil, I'll have to send you a couple of different versions of the Trench Crusade song. What's interesting, it was all in Latin. Yeah, it's all in Latin. Like the entire thing is in Latin, start to finish. I gave up on the instrumental stuff, Recoil, because it kept putting voices in there anyways. So I'm like, okay, fine. If you're going to have voices, now you got to sing Latin. There you go. And that actually worked out pretty well. I might still try yet another version of it, though. Is this my white? That is my white. Let me just get this over here. There we go. All right. Do I need to wait here? And no, I guess not. Yeah, like the pronunciation guide in Suno, right? Right, Recoil. I remember you telling me about that, and I did end up using that, and it actually did work for the Beware the Barrow Downs song. Let me do this here. That again, that's got a little bit of thinner in that, and that helps with the adhesion there. Nope, gotta refresh. Gotta refresh. Now we're talking. Yeah, we'll be coming back with our darker magentas there too. It hadn't even been 2 hours yet, and we're working on two of these things. Yeah, it has not even been 2 hours yet. I shall work in some darker stuff here. Ah, yeah, that's for sure, right? Recoil, holy smokes. Man. It, let me see, I think, yeah, so some of my, songs on the Wraiths, yeah, the Corsairs of Umbar, yeah, there was a little contention over that song. Whoa, look at that. Looky there. Wow, that I knew that dark was going to make a difference, but man, they're really, and hey, look at this too. That really is going to start standing out there. Yeah, Rico, I couldn't remember if your Vox Imperium actually did have, was it like 40K Latin or was it actual Latin or not? This was, I believe the song's name is Rites of Mud and Martyrdom. And it created an entire, there's a whole, again, I kind of told it what I wanted in there, and then it turned it all into Latin. Because I'm not quite up on my Latin. Huge surprise. So I needed a little bit of an assist with the Latin parts. Knew what I wanted it to say, but not in Latin. Yeah, this I mean, even with the limited amount of Latin I know, I knew him instantly. Like, nope, that's real Latin. That is genuine Latin right there. Now look at that face starting to stand out real nice there. I shall do that on these spiky things here. Spiky, spiky things. More spiky things. There too. Actually, Recoil, that sounds like a cartoon. That sounds like some kind of a cartoon. Mumbo and Jumbo. Somehow it sounds like it should be a cartoon. Unless maybe there actually was some kind of a cartoon and I just don't remember. Let me do this. Either that surface tension or it sounds like a tale of two Blood Bowl players. Mumbo and Jumbo. They were teammates on some kind of low-level Blood Bowl franchise or something. We can't get more of our dark around these spines on him, and then we'll kind of start working in the interior too of our dragon. Again, more with the spines there. Oh, that sounds pretty good there, Recoil. Recoil, the other thing that I just got super distracted on. I need to make the Gyrios, Recoil. We gotta have Gyrios. Yes, the tale of a pair of ogre brothers. Actually, Recoil could it be almost like the Three Stooges? It'd be Mumbo, Jumbo, and Dumbo. And also Gumbo. Yeah, so it'll be four of them. There you go. Gumbo just likes to eat. Everybody check out that link that Mr. Snipes just posted. That would be the prematurely aged figure there, Mr. Snipes, with the application of heavy amounts of basically Taro Rosa. Yes, the pre-weathered clothing there. So surface tension. If somebody is not pleased with their accounting of the game or their announcing of the game, they just say, that's just a bunch of mumbo jumbo. So again, everybody please check out that link that Mr. Snipes posted. Yeah, that's I'm definitely starting to visualize that surface tension. We said, nah, I don't like that announcing team. I'll listening to that. That's just all a bunch of mumbo jumbo. Now let me try to get some scales on here if I can. Like this. Again, kind of putting some of the dark in there now. That's the new chic there, Mr. Snipes, is rusted fabric. What is that? Adding texture to the fabric. That's yesterday's news, right, Mr. Snipes? The new hotness is putting weathering and rust on the fabric. Let me get some of this here. More again. This is our. I don't know if it's our darkest color here, but it's definitely in the neighborhood of something a little bit more darker. Okay, and now we'll do the cross. And again, some of our scales. And then we'll try and come back with some of our light too, I think, once we get these kind of drawn out here. So again, you can kind of see some of those scales start to emerge there. Yeah, let me darken this down a little bit more. Also some here. No, that's gonna have to be more of an orange, I think. But first, let me bring in, maybe some of this. So that's instead of the necessarily the radiant green, that's got a little bit of our blue on it. Yeah, let me change that a little bit here. There's something that's a warmer color to something that now is going to be a little bit on the cooler side. Not really changing the value of it. It's all about just changing that color temperature. Let me do this here. More down there. And again, we're only just now 2 hours in here. Doing again some of our blue working its way back here. And we'll certainly lighten this up. Seeing a bit there, surface tension. I'm guessing it's a little bit warmer there in Welshlandia than it is here. I would imagine by, well, let's see, what time is it now? It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Oh, in about 6 to 8 hours, we should have, well, minus 40 wind chills. And that's the same, I believe, right? It's minus 40, right? Where Celsius and Fahrenheit coincide. So just imagine in a matter of hours here, Celsius and Fahrenheit will unite as it becomes about minus 40. Now, some places might have minus 50 wind chills. I think here, I would imagine in the city, we don't get to minus 40 wind chills. I would think maybe minus 30, probably minus 35 tops. Yeah, I would not imagine. And again, we've certainly had minus 50 wind chills. Actually, the coldest wind chills I ever experienced in my life probably were about minus 60, minus 55, minus 60, something like that. That was a little while ago, though. Yeah, that was a few moons ago. So again, putting some lights here in our blues there. You can see it's not quite as much of the green either. Gonna try to work in here. Let me get a little bit of my umber there. Because we kind of need some form of darks here. Come on, there we go. Let me do this right here. So yeah, basically any window that's certainly on the western, that vaguely faces the western portion of the house, that has got that's got the window sheeting on it. And even then, that's only gonna do so much. Okay, now see that's starting to jump out at you just a little bit now. Starting to jump out there. Get a little bit more of that magenta there. Get rid of some of that. Try this again. There we go. Now, that's what I need. I need some of this mid-range violet here. We got the hair. Nope, more of it. Ah, now I think we're starting to get there. And then this will just go get mixed in with the black in the hair. I'm not looking to make the hair gray or something like that. We're just looking to give it a little bit of color, a little bit of shine. And then that's about all we can do with the hair for right now. We'll just have to kind of leave that be. Nice to see you again there, Irid. Why don't you post your Pinterest link again there, Irid? Since I think when you posted it last time, it was very early in the stream there, Irid. So yeah, why don't you post your Pinterest link again? Do some of that in here. Yeah, okay. More. Oh, wait. Let me get this in yellow here, and if I mix in some of my alizarin, the eye gets a little more orangey. So yeah, there we are. And now we also need a little more of a this on our dragon there. Kind of mirrors some of the flower stuff anyhow. Yeah, I guess we gotta go a little wider than that. How's that gonna work? Oh, there we go. There we are. Okay, just had to mess with it a little. Everybody check out that link that Irid Wife just shared, a Pinterest link. And Irid, later today and tomorrow, right? 7 p.m. Pacific, normal stream times. Everybody, please give Irid Wife a follow. Irid Weekend doing some streaming this weekend. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Yeah, no, I can zoom in on this a little more. There we go. I can do that. I can figure these things out. Well, maybe. Maybe not. All right. Trying to break all this stuff down. Let me see if I can. Well, let's get some of that out of the brush first. Then let's try this. Suppose I should take a picture of this, like after I fool around with this here. Now we're finally starting to get some of our later skin tones in here. We're kind of missing these a little bit. So there. And then a little further down that. Okay, so first, before I forget, because I will, it is picture taking time. Camera first. To the lighters, and you can see the difference in our two faces now. How's about an ear? Also get this side of the face too. A little lighter on that cheek up there as well. No. Let me go back to more. There we go. Okay, more just the skin tone. Pull that down. Okay, let me get a little bit of my red in there too. Okay, let me see how that's gonna look. All right, we're getting there. So in a few, I'm gonna again, going to refresh that medicine. Also, just kind of do a little bit of a check on, again, the humidifiers, see if they need to be fueled real quick or something like that. Again, I kind of doubt it. I tried to make sure that those bad boys were all full, like right before the stream. Nope, gotta reinforce this line again. Then here, yeah. Now this. Now we're talking. Yeah, starting to get a little bit of depth going in here now. This is going to take a while. Oh, also too, this is with the exception of our one test with those markers. This is the first chance I've had to do one of our flat. Now again, this was a different method, so you can see there's almost no relief, right? No surface in that one. Again, here is another one of our flats, so you can see it's a much different style of printing those. I've tried about 4 different methods of again making the. It's one thing to make the design; it's making the flat of the design. That can be a whole different animal right there, quite literally. Now I'm trying to get some of my orange and stuff also in the dragon there. Now, how's about some of the Indian yellow, Terra Rosa mixed together? I guess it came to how long after you did some of the Terra Rosa work did you go back into it? And I think you were saying it was a relatively thin-ish, so the Terra Rosa was relatively thick, and then you went relatively thin with the next application over the top of said Terra Rosa. I think that was what you were talking about. Actually taking again the Terra Rosa and almost again using it somewhat like a glaze over the top of some of these yellow parts right here. So yeah, Camden. Gee whiz, I'm trying to think the last time. I was trying to think, last time maybe I dry brushed Terra Rosa as like, almost like a pre-glaze kind of thing. Oh, and actually, oh yeah, Grand Oracle again. I don't know if you saw this, but there was some pre-glaze. Yeah, this actually had pre-glaze on it. So again, it's it's not like the pre-glaze is gone forever, or anything like that. It's a situational thing. There are situations where, you know what, it's actually easier to go about it doing the pre-glaze, and other times where it's like, nope, that would not be a good plan. We're not doing pre-glaze here. So I think you can see there's some shading even in our some of our kind of orangey brownish colors there. And then maybe we go a little lighter with some of those here. I mean that should be catching some of that light. Just throwing that out there. I think now with a little extra value since the last time we did this Camden, let me, again, speaking of value, let me throw a little bit more of the lighter stuff. Whoop, that was a little too late there. But let me get a little bit more of the lighter values into this before we do that quick little film noir here. Oh, okay. Wait, let me try this. Let me do this super quicker because I think this will make for a very interesting. Okay, yeah, here. Let me get this in here. So I just put some of that blue in there because I want to see Camta if that just kind of disappears. I want to see if that blue kind of disappears because it's not as much of a value contrast. So away goes. Okay, you can barely see something there. It's like a little bit of almost nothing there. And then when we come back, you should be able to see that blue pretty distinctly. Yep, yeah, can see it now, right there. It never gets old, right, Camden? It just never ever gets old. Whoops. Well, you know what? That might not be bad. Actually, you know what? That might just work. That just might work. Again, just trying to lighten up the edges here of those scales. Now, Grand Oracle, is there that issue that you were that rather bizarre issue there that you mentioned on the last stream? Has that kind of been worked out a little bit, or is it still kind of something that could really cause some consternation there? Hopefully, maybe folks saw a reason and they did not go through with that. Which again, it's just like, how in the world do you, well, know what people are putting on their printers? Because again, we might go a little lighter than that, maybe. Maybe not. Come on, that bit of the spines there. And now with the dark around it, very easy to set in some of the light. And then you can actually see it. This better get light too. Yeah, let's make this a little bit lighter. We also want to welcome in our newest little hobbit. Thank you so much for that follow. Of course, Gandalf loves all of his little hobbits, especially Frank Knott's. So back to the flat stuff again. So when you're doing one of me, I mean, you only have like 20 miniatures of me, and one bust. None of these. What's up with that? We do have that one Gandalf flat. I know we haven't done that yet. 1 second here. Let us get our. Yeah, that's. He's wondering where his flat is. He's got to wonder where his 6 is. He does not get the big 6. So thank you so much, Frank. Appreciate that follow. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, I think we were using this. We were using this right here. And of course, hopefully your Friday is off to a great start. And hopefully, folks are going to be able to stay warm or not get too inundated by snow and all that stuff. Again, here, snow, whatever, no big deal. I think there's some places that could be getting snow that might not quite have the preparation for dealing with that. Again, like early on in the stream, I meant just a couple little tips for all you homeowners out there. If it is going to be really cold, you will want to leave your those doors to the cabinet under your kitchen sink. You're gonna want to leave those open. Yes, your kitchen's gonna get colder. You will feel it. That is also the same reason why your pipes are less likely to burst under that sink, because now at least it won't be too cold under the sink. This is the Omni channel after all, right? Right, Recoil. We do cover all things home maintenance related. Yeah, you're definitely going to want to do that. I couldn't believe I was filling up those humidifiers. I'm at the sink, and I could feel that. I'm wearing flannel pants, and I can feel that cold air through the flannel pants. Like, wow. Yep, it's a mite bit frosty. And also, again, if you're going to be getting a whole bunch of snow and ice, and you don't usually get that, look up at your gutters. If you see a whole bunch of water running down the side of your house, that means those gutters are frozen. And eventually, that water's going down the path of least resistance, which is into your house. So you want to make sure you don't have a whole bunch of snow kind of piled up around your gutters there. Thanks, Chiron. Appreciate that. Chiron, can't wait for you to see the new video that I filmed last night, where I'm painting the Trench Crusade backdrop. Let's put it this way, Cam. It put the messy and things must be messy before they can be neat. Oh my goodness. And again, it also proved one more time that oils are the original watercolors. Because you would swear for about the first 25-ish minutes or so, maybe 30 minutes, that I was just doing a watercolor painting there and not an oil painting. Because that's just how we roll. Now, Chiron, that's there are times where I'm actually just looking at the chat, and the brush is moving on here, and I'm actually looking at the chat. Now, I've been filming tutorials since 2013. I'm also very used to doing live demos, and this goes long before miniature painting also. I've actually had to paint backwards and upside down, Chiron, so I've actually had to paint like this. Actually, like people are looking from over there, and I've had to try and paint like that. It's not ideal. Yeah, that's not the most ideal way to be working on any kind of painting, but needs are as needs must, right? Sometimes you just gotta roll with it. You can never have too many, no, never too many Wampolisms, right, Camda? Oh yeah, there was something where there was a holy smokes, or a that's not supposed to happen, or that wasn't supposed to happen, which of course is code for something a little bit stronger, right, Camda? See, Chiron, that is something that it can be a little bit difficult for folks, especially if they are new to the streaming. Kind of working with the chat and doing the painting at the same time. Well, usually it's not at the same time. Usually it's everything stops and they look at the chat. Which, oh yeah, the guy from Football Nation, he actually will say to people, he's like, okay, well, it's play-by-play time, so I'm not looking at the chat anymore. Don't send me any DMs or super chats or whatever. I'm not looking at them. I'm narrating. That we got a play going on here. It's an important one. So again, that dragon really starting to stand out now a little bit more. And I'm gonna actually, I'm gonna do a little bit of this here too. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Yeah, a little bit of that is almost like eyeshadow in the eyes there. Yeah, Camda, that might indicate a little bit of displeasure, right? Just the tiniest bit of displeasure. Now, what about that? Oh, there we are. There we go. Yeah, that is some of our fabulous cobalt teal bluish. It's the Terra Rosa of cobalt. There you go. Ah, well, here's going to be a. I was thinking, boy, it's 2:18 in the morning. This is almost a little bit late for Kaylee and Cap, but they still dare to enter our domain. Thank you so much, Kaylee. And there, of course, is Catmaster, who again dares to enter my domain. How you doing there, Cap? Everybody, please give Kaylee and Cap a follow if you could. And of course, I know Kaylee, you're probably heading off to do post-stream stuff. So have yourself a good night. And Cap, why don't you post some stuff in chat? We are working on a couple of our new Japanese themed flats. Now these are of the variety we did on Baltar here. They have a little bit more dimensionality to them here. Let me show you this one. So you can kind of see that there's a little bit more dimensionality to that. And same thing with this one right here. Now some of the previous ones, again, they're a bit more on the flat side. So our Shire here, you can see that is definitely a much flatter design. And here we go. This was our last stream right here. This is very fun. This is an entirely original character that I made. This is for my Harad army. That is the Golden King of Abrakan there. It also was a nice little lesson in, guess what, reflections. See, reflections on our gold. There you go, that blue. Same thing with the flesh. See it? That's reflected in the coins there. See, coins over there. Same deal. It's reflected in the coin. So thank you so much, Catmaster. Appreciate that. And this was we've been starting to do our Battlestar Galactica busts. We've got more of those we're going to do. Here's a couple of the other ones. Here's Adama. There he is. There's Adama. And we got 6 over here. There you go. So Cap, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, you know the deal. You want to share some stuffs, go ahead, share some stuffs. And appreciate the raid. Thank you so much. Yeah, Cap, because I was looking, I was thinking, man, it's after 2 o'clock, and I saw that you guys were streaming. Oh, actually, Cap, I was a little bit worried that, maybe it was getting too cold there already. And maybe, that was creating some mischief or something, and you guys maybe had to, pause out early or something like that on your streams there. So Cap, it's been super fun on the stream. Well, my next stream, which will be later today, we're gonna have some fun with some more characters. So where did he go? There he is. So in addition to a 28mm version of the Golden King of Abrakan, we're gonna do before and after Shadow Lord. So that's the Shadow Lord, one of the 9 rates. And what I've been trying to do is do again before and after versions of them. So this is the 28mm version, and where's my Golden King? So there's my Golden King of Abrakan right there. We'll be doing him too. And here's another example of some before and after. So this is Khamûl the Easterling. This is sort of an almost after. Oh, look at that flower off him there, but this is the before version again of Khamûl the Easterling. Yeah, Cap, that's about what we're looking at here. Something along those lines. With the minus something, whatever, wind chills, all that good stuff. So here's hoping that everything will be all good for you down there. Yeah, I don't think you'll be getting all the ice and all that other kind of stuff. I think that's going to be people further south getting all the ice. Yeah, I'm guessing that it's probably, yeah, maybe 3, 4 degrees out there right now. Trying to get a little bit more of my blue in here as well. So yeah, Cap, if you want to share anything in the chat, like always, please go ahead. Yeah, so we got some other busts that we'll be doing. Here's our Starbuck there. And we also have a Laura Rosalind bust there. Yeah, so again here, yeah, I would imagine that the folks in Indiana and Michigan are going to get themselves some pretty serious lake effect snow, right, Catmaster? But check out that Instagram link also that Catmaster just posted. Please give Catmaster a follow. All that good stuff. And then again, it's been really interesting working on all these different flats. Where's my Arthurian ones here? Oh, also, where's our Eowyn ones? Again, these are a different type of flat right here. You can see these don't have, again, quite the dimension that the other ones do. These were the original, part of our Lord of the Rings tarot deck. I think you probably rated during one of those streams, right, Cap? Again, trying to inject a little bit of the blue there, not necessarily a darker blue, a blue that's almost about the same level of lightness, say, as what's going on with the yellow there. We sometimes get lake effect snow here, but obviously the wind's got to come out of the east, which is not super frequent. So yeah, you kind of have to be on the Indiana side or the Michigan side of the lake, which of course is, well, about an 800 and something foot deep bathtub. Is that getting too, it's getting borderline too light there. Gotta be careful with that. I'm gonna go back, get more of my, here we go, alright. Yeah, that's a little better there. I was getting a little too shiny right there, a little too light. More of that teal, more of that fabulous teal going on. Now again, we'll get to this one over here. All right, Papillon, how you doing? Thank you so much for joining us here, Papillon. Happy Friday, of course. Happy Friday to you. And of course, Papillon, if there's anything, like always, you wanted to share in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Come on, there we are. So now finally starting to have some light streaming down this way on our kimono. So very happy, Papillon. I was able to get a Trench Crusade photo backdrop painted. So I was really happy about that because I really needed one. It was also really fun to paint that because I gotta again, a chance to sort of paint like an old school oil painting. I mean, it was very much old school oil painting right there. So, yeah, I was super happy about that. It's been a long, long, long time since I could just kind of stand up and do oil painting. So stay warm there, Cap. Wishing you the best. And of course, everybody again, please give Capmaster a follow. You'll be doing most likely your next usual Thursday stream, right, Capmaster, next week with Kaylee there. And again, of course, please give Kaylee a follow too. Yeah, let me get some of this. Oh, there we go. Okay, that certainly made that lighter in a hurry. That did the trick. We'll be coming back with some more of our yellows and stuff there too. About that. And of course, we're hoping that everybody stays warm here since it's going to be a little bit on the chilly side. And I can always tell when the furnace is not going off because the temperature in the room here drops by about a degree. Yeah, we gotta get rid of some of that yellow on the edge of the kimono there. Do some more of that up in here. Now this just has a little bit more of our blue in it here, and that's gonna go on these kind of sort of either clouds or waves down here. Down here too. Made it more than I wanted, so I'm just gonna wipe me some of that away. No problemo. Let's get some more of that down here. Now when it comes to the frame, just gonna kind of have it be almost like bamboo. That was sort of. I think if I'm gonna do the frame option on the Japanese ones, I think I'll stick with more of the bamboo type stuff like that in the future. Again, all of these eventually will be made available on the Patreon page. That's the ultimate goal. Is all of these different files, the miniatures, the busts, all this stuff. The whole point is that, okay, if you're on the Patreon page, you don't have to also then be a member of like 20 other Patreons to be able to get the miniatures that I'm painting. So that is one of the main. Also, too, again, like that Cylon bust, it does allow me to completely customize the miniature to the lesson instead of the other way around, which is pretty much how things have gone since, well, I don't know, 2013. The vast majority of videos, it's kind of like, okay, well, I really want to show this. Can I find any miniature that would let me show the thing I want to show in any reasonable way? And for the most part, until now, the answer was sort of. Now the answer is, oh yeah. Again, as manifested by the Cylon bus, which was the perfect topic for that comparison. And by direct comparison, I mean direct comparison of true metallic and non-metallic, because they're both on this bus. One side is one method, one side is the other. And again, it's a perfectly symmetrical bust, and it's also entirely metal. which there's pretty much nothing like that. There's plenty of busts that are maybe all metal. There's other busts that are mostly symmetrical, but none of them meet all of the criteria, as they say. And if they did, then, and I used it, then you would have to also then secure that file somewhere. Or I just make it myself, and then you just, again, grab the file and print it out, and you're good to go. I don't believe there's a whole lot of painting tutorial Patreons out there that say, yeah, you know, here's the painting tutorial. Oh, look, and here's the miniature. There might be one. I don't even think there's two. Got me some of the deeper brown here. Sharpen up that edge a little. Now, here as well. Hit beyond those. Well, and now that's the other thing too, is that giant Cylon bust that you saw. That printed out very nicely in FDM. And I mean, it was a gigantic print. Oh my goodness. It was massive. And I could actually print it bigger than that. I could probably go another 30% larger, maybe 40, at least 30. Should I make a dice tower out of it? Recoil. Alright, I'm going to try to get something a little lighter here. Get in the kimono there. And I can still even go lighter than this. A little lighter up there now on the sleeves and again some parts of the flowers too. So congrats on the new printer, of course. Yeah, that's for sure, right? Recoil. There we go. We're starting to get those lightest flowers and such on here. Like so. Now, I mean, all you'd have to do is just kind of cut out the, or make a shelf. Oh, there you go. Recoil, make almost like a drawer out of the plinth there, so that it kind of pulls out when you want to use it. So it looks like a plinth until you actually go to use it as a dice tower, and then the you kind of pull out the shelf portion of it there, and then the dice rolls out onto that. Yeah, and the resin printers definitely, well, I mean, all printers are finicky, but, well, I also think that, well, when it gets to be this kind of temperature here, you have a better chance with still being able to kind of proceed as usual with a FDM style printer than, say, the resin style printers. Kind of backfill in here a little bit again with some of the lighter yellow too. Again, I can still go even lighter than this if I wanted to. That will not be right now though. Maybe eventually, but not now. I try to also lighten the eye a little. Push that back a little bit there. help you out. Even if the resin printing is just say for specialty things or basing bits or something like that, or parts of terrain that just need more detail or whatever. Even if it's just that much, it's still going to be helpful. To our right up there. So yeah, recoil. There's I guess Blender, right? We'll have to start learning Blender. Get the light on the bottom of that. Because we don't have enough things to learn simultaneously, right? Recoil, we have a surprising lack of things that we have to learn. There's only about 25 different things we're trying to do all at the same time. We should be able to handle all of those, right? I mean, that's all kidding aside. It's about what we're doing, right? Recoil. Constantly trying so many new different things. Now, I do wish I knew more about the negative prompts. I don't know, like a year ago, Recoil. That might have saved a little bit of frustration. I'm just throwing that out there. Yeah, knowing about negative prompts might have saved a lot of hassle. I mean, not that, again, programs like Suno and stuff don't just ignore those. Yeah, we've certainly seen it, right, Recoil? Oh, there you go. Look at, again, some of our flowers and such here start to stand out a little bit more. Now that we're doing this. Back to it here. Touch of our light up there, and I can really start to see. This is almost it's like the flats version cammed of an what is it, a Saturday challenge. So instead of painting like a dozen miniatures, we're painting a couple of flats, and this way you kind of get a chance to see where things were, at a certain time period. Is this going to be too light up? It's borderline too light up. No, that's okay. That's all right. I was thinking maybe that's going to be too light, but no. I think we got enough overlaid on the others, at least for now. I gotta get this side though. As in some of that stuff too. You know what? That's got a whole bunch of nothing on it down here. Let me get a little something instead of a whole bunch of nothing. Also, there in that corner. What's happening with some of this stuff here too? Are there more chompers here? Well, I guess not, but I'm going to put some oil here. Let me get some, refresh this brush here. Also, let me get rid of that bit of fuzz there. Oh, picture time. Picture time here. Easier to take pictures with a camera, so let's get that. There's yeah, let's rework this edge a little bit here with our sort of phthalo color here. yeah. Push it over to that side. Darken that down a little. Also here. Also, ooh, we need more of our scales right there. Also over there. Now on this, and let me take. Now that's going to be interesting. Little mix the magenta and the terra rosa together. Drag that all the way down to there. And I might also use that here. Color goes somewhere. Must go everywhere. And now that's a color contrast. There's not a value contrast between those. Nope, that is going to be too dry there. So deposit some of that up here. Well, some, not a ton. Okay, there's some of it there. Lighter on the skin. There's my little teensy touch of red there. Break this down, not to the point where it's a pin line wash. Just let that thinner sit on there and break that down. Let me see if this is light enough. I don't know if this might, whoops. Now that more and more of the red's getting in there, I'm pretty sure that will not be quite as light as I want. Well, it's not too bad. No, that didn't work out so badly. Touch of light there. Where are we at with this core here? I would like on the chin to have some. Yeah. Alright. And remember, we haven't even brought out the fast matte white yet. So yeah, let's how we're just gonna sort of wander on over here super quick like. Take this. Start getting some of our lighter blue flowers in here. And this is going to be a little bit of dry brush type stuff here. To try and establish at least the initial portion of those, because there's a bunch of these flowers all over the place. Yeah, see there's some of it down here. Look at that. See all that darker color on that brush? That means we have to go back up here. We have to refresh that brush. And effectively, this becomes sort of a micro filbert brush right here. Again, doing a whole bunch of dry brush type stuff here. Almost using some of our darker glazes as almost like a pre-glaze. As again, all that is mixing in here. Actually, let me zoom out so you can see them both here. All right, we'll do that. Maybe I go. Actually, let me get a little bit of this blue into this green right here. Same with our dry brush stuff in here. Look at how dark that is now. I gotta get back here. Gotta refresh that brush once more. Same thing along this way here again. You can see some of those flowers start to emerge there that are not the lighter magenta stuff. In a bit here, we will get some of that lighter magenta there into the flowers. Another thing I'm seeing here, let me do this super quick, like, is this part of the hair. We're missing that. I'll bring that back. Do that down here. Where's my basically violet gray? It's gonna go into the hair, all in here. Lighter still. It'll kind of go in different directions as far as the directional brush strokes of the hair. This is a little bit of a knot back there. Get all that stuff out of there. Let me do some darker stuff here on the cheek. So it is a bit more like what we did here. This is the very first, yeah, this has to be the very first one that we painted on the stream. Hard to believe, and that wasn't exactly, well, it certainly wasn't years ago. It was barely a matter of months ago, I think. Yeah, that was not all that long ago. You can maybe a little bit more of our light work its way onto that brush there, and we'll still get these even later after this. But again, trying to get the lighter magentas now in the flowers here. I think a lot of chrysanthemums for sure. I mean, being obviously as a Japanese theme. All of these flowers here on this, those are just big open petals here. And then smaller kind of interior parts of the of the flower there. Okay, yeah, that should maybe be a little lighter magenta there, and then same maybe on some parts of our kimono back there. So this is a combo of some of our basically radiant violet and alizarin crimson. The alizarin crimson is a little bit warmer than, say, the our quinacridone magenta. That's got a little bit more of the blue in it. It's most definitely not some form of, say, Fanchon red slash Naphthol red slash Windsor red, which are basically all the same red. So again, the lighter application there on the outer portion of the flower there, and then we'll have to let that also have a chance to set. We need to try to start throwing in some of our other flowers that are this color. We have several of those to do here. So let me get my reference in place here. 1 second. Now I can see it. I need the trim on this cuff also to be the same. Nope, nope, gotta thicken this up again. I'll get that thicker. More flowers on the kimono here. Do more of this.
Who enters my domain?
As we also welcome in Zumikito. Zumi, how are you doing? Welcome back. Thanks for daring to enter our domain. Everybody, please give Zumikito miniatures a follow. So Zumi, if you want to share some fabulous stuff in the chat, please do that. And again, I hope everything is going great. Happy Friday and all that goodness. It is, well, Flat Thursday that goes into Friday. More flats. These are the first of our Japanese themed flats, and there's a couple of other examples of those right here. So again, this is a little different style than some of the earlier ones, which, I mean, they were really flat. There is not much bas relief, whereas these have a little bit more relief to them. You can see that here also on this one. Right, you get a little bit more relief in those. So Zumi, again, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. That would be fabulous. Last stream we did this here. Another one of our homemade miniatures, the Golden King of Abrakan, which I made for my Harad army. We'll be doing a 28mm version of him on the next stream, which is basically later today. You might recognize that little free hand right there. It's all around there. Golden King of Abrakan. Also, I think on Saturday we'll be painting some more of our Battlestar Galactica busts. Thank you so much, Pepion. Appreciate that. And again, Zumikito, if there's stuff you want to share in that chat, please feel like you can go ahead and do that. And as always, we appreciate the raid. And of course, we hope that folks, where it is either going to get frosty like it is here, or whether it's going to snow and or ice in some of those other places, we want to make sure that everybody is staying safe and also sound. We want that. We also want a bit more of our dark in there before we come back with some more of our light. Okay, that's enough of that. Let us bring in... there's some Matera Rosa there. You know what? I'm just going to go all in here with our magenta. How's that? Yep, we're going to do that. Because reasons. There. Let's just do that. So again, everybody please give Zumikito miniatures a follow. I'm sure everybody had a blast on your stream. Trying to get me a little bit. There we are. Also, here again, a little bit more color, a little more shading in the cheek area there. Now, in a little bit, gonna zoom in on this once we really get this kind of locked in here. Eyebrows. That should come down there. Back to my violet, well, radiant violet. Now it's very much a gray. that is gonna then stop right about there, and then we're gonna have a change in the directional brush strokes. They're gonna start going more this way here, like that, and then another round of them going like that. And same thing back here again. Directional brush strokes to kind of fill us in on what the volume of this is, what's the actual shape of that. So I think I can zoom in now. We've got kind of a bit. Oh, also got to take a picture here. 1 second. Don't go anywhere. Been trying to take, as always, anytime we're doing our flat art of any kind, I try to take some step-by-steps like this, because I think especially with the flat art, you can just see it that much more. That sort of progression. On the miniatures, maybe not quite as much, but boy, it really has a big impact with the 2D stuff. You can really see that. You know what? I think we'll get a little bit of our light there too. Now, maybe even there's some more, just a straight up radiant violet. Not so much of, well, there's a little bit of the blue getting in there now. What I was hoping to do is right along here kind of have a little line, a little chain of light there. It's a similar kind of thing up here. Now here, this is gonna, instead of just the magenta, I'm gonna try and bring in a little bit of the red here too. That's pretty thick as well. Let me see what that's gonna do. Ooh, wow, that's late. A little bit later than I was expecting. So maybe as I do this, we allow it to mix in with what's already on there. Hashtag no layers. We are using oil paints like always. Start to finish, no zenithal, none of that. Just again, we start with the oils, we end with the oils. And we start on the stream and we end on the stream. There's no, not like these were started at some other point and continued into today. These were started 3 hours and 7 minutes ago. Well, also 53 seconds. So 3 hours, 7 minutes ago, these two were just, well, basically kind of mid-tone brown primer. That's all they were. And just all flat, the same color primer. We did kind of some lighter dry brushing type stuff to begin with. Then we did some glaze stuff, allowed that to mix in a few places. And we've been coming back in with darker stuff, with lighter stuff. Like you see here. Now we're kind of into a little bit of the lighter phase for sure. Get some, speaking of light, get some there. That's going to have to be darker on that neck. We will have to get some shading on there. We appreciate all of our new raiders coming in. Typically, our Thursday into Friday stream, we call that Flat Thursday. That means we're going to be working on either regular 2D painting, or in the case of now, I have any number of these flats that I can be working on. We've got Arthurian designs. Last week we did the first of our Arthurian. Where's my Boltar? Right, here we go. Here's our, that was our very first Battlestar Galactica flat. We also have Trench Crusade, and, well, we've done tons and tons of Lord of the Rings themed flats. And this is the first chance I've had, at least on stream anyway, to paint some of my Japanese themed flats. I've got at least 30 different designs of these. Eventually, there'll be more as I keep developing things, figuring stuff out. I'm gonna have to put in also some of the smaller flowers too on our kimono. We're kind of working on the bigger ones right now. And again, this fun one with our dragon and such there. We'll be heading back that way too. Back to the... Also gotta get rid of that piece of fuzz there on the brush. Start to lighten up again a little bit this part of the kimono there.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much for that follow. Of course, Gandalf appreciates all of his little hobbits. Thank you so much, Bremzin. So, the other guy asked earlier, where's the Gandalf flats? There's like 10 million of me, but where's my flat? I know you got one of those. Yes, indeed, there is a Gandalf flat. We will eventually get to painting that one. And again, here's our big Gandalf 6 for Brimson. Oh, that was almost another one. It was fixing to be a 1, and it kind of slid off, and it went into a 3. And that's not a 4. That's just an extra little dot of paint right there. So thank you so much, Brems. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm gonna get a little bit more of the red in some of these here. Especially some of our flowers up in here. This one too. And even in here, so a little bit of red, a little bit of the magenta. A little bit of each here. And now maybe back towards more of a magenta. There's some of our other flowers here. I know there's a couple this way. Another one here. No, here we are. Like that. What's happening over here? Let me get some more of this light into some of these flowers. That was... that's a bit more than I want. So I'm going to actually take all that out of here. Let's get rid of all that. That doesn't really belong there. Put some more of our lighter blue in there. It needs to go in there anyways. Also down here. And over there. It's almost got a little touch of violet in it there as well. That's our two not radiant blues there. Just figured while I'm redoing that, let's get again some of our lighter blue in here. which we will need anyhow. Now I'm going to let that maybe set for a second here. Also going to grab you and do some of this in here. Where is my, that's my other brush there. And then strip away a little bit of that blue, bluish purple tone we put in there, not all of it. Then we're going to try to get some more of our light in the skin tone here. I mean, we have, well, that's going to be a little bit too, well, we also have, that's 3 hours, 15 minutes in, so we could, if we wanted to, also break out our fast matte white. That's something we try to just kind of say, okay, wait till at least as close to hour 3 as possible. Just a way of making sure you don't get into those latest highlights too soon, because that can happen to folks. I see it happen a lot. They pretty much go into the latest highlights straight away, like immediately. We don't want to do that. You really start losing out on any sort of form or shape once you start doing that. There's some of that light we need on the side of the neck here. Definitely need to get some more light here. The upper part of that cheek there. And then kind of soften that up a little bit. Gonna change this around a little too. Try the eyebrow in a different direction. Oh, I guess I gotta thin that down a little. Again, don't want the eyebrows being really, really heavy there either. Take more of our, and a little bit of that, a little bit of our indigo into that Mars black too. Further darks into there. Further darks in here. Same deal all along here. There's another right in there. Let's get around to the back of this here, getting some more darks in there. okay. Fine, we'll shoot a little bit dark in that too. Whoops, well, that wasn't supposed to go there. That's fine, because all this stuff, remember all that weird stuff happened with the lighter colors with trying to put the flowers in there. Speaking of flowers, we're going to start doing some more of this. Another blue flowers going there. There's not a whole lot of lighter stuff I can put in it. So yeah, I'll definitely have to get some fast matte white out here. For sure. Leaves on our flowers basically are this sort of bluish color. Like this. All around up in here. Yeah, well, we've got to get some more, a whole bunch more of our. Oh, geez, there's a lot of our violet stuff that's supposed to happen down here in this part of the. Come on, all right, well, we'll get there. More magenta stuff there too, I guess, eventually. See you later there, Papillon. Thanks again so much for being here. And of course, well, happy Friday to you. And well, we'll see you hopefully on the next stream, well, later today. And again, it's gonna be fun. Looking forward to it. Let me hit some of this now. Again, more of the like some leaves and such here coming off of these stems. More, again, the flower there, and then some leaves coming off of that too. We'll certainly be making that a whole lot later there too. Again, a little bit more of that, and again, there's. I think that might work. Ah, bingo! There we go. Also some light there. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to go and kind of do a little bit of a check here just to make sure there's no weird stuff going on again with or the humidifiers are all dried out or something like that. We want to make sure that they're still going. That's going to be a pretty critical thing for at least the next 3 days or so. So don't go anywhere. We shall return because we're going to get both of our fabulous first Japanese style flats all finished off. So we don't go anywhere. We shall be right back. So now that we're back, before I forget, picture time. See what's happening here. Okay. There we go. Now let's get back to all the stuff we're trying to do with our flowers here. So again, that's more of the turquoise here. That also, where's my fast matte white? So I'm gonna put some of this stuff out there. Let's get going. Where can that sit? Over here. Just gonna do a little drop of thinner on that, like so. Here we are. I'm gonna take some of that, and now I think I can get to some of my really, 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 really light skin tones here. Yep, and you can see it there. Much lighter. A little light on that lip there. Yeah, now that really is starting to stand out. See you later there, Erin. Erin, if you want to share your Pinterest link one more time before you head off to sleep there, go ahead, do that. And here's hoping that the stream is fabulous. I'm sure it will be. So see you later there, Erin. Have yourself a good one. Let me spread this out a little more. Let's hold a little something here. Yeah, like that. So everybody check out that Pinterest link. And everybody please give Erin again wife a follow. So see you later there, Erin. I'm gonna hit this too while I'm thinking about it. So one sec. Just gonna stroll over here real quick, like to do stuff here. Yeah, let me get some lighter stuff on the chompers here real quick. Some lighter stuff on the flowers there. Okay, back over here. A little more of the light on the collar of said kimono. Maybe here the radiant green with some of that white in there. And that might define the hair. Yeah, okay. Push that back a little further. Do the same back here. Get some of that lightest green. Where are we at here with this? I'm going to try to kind of carve out a little bit more of that, the lip there. Maybe some more of the chin too. Also, yeah, a little bit of this here. same deal back here. This is a little ill-defined. We're going to try to define this better here. Also something more like that. Oh, our lighter skin stuff down here. Let me, before I forget, because I will. Let's get some stuff on the fingers here. And I can go a little teensy bit lighter than that too. Especially up here on the top of the hand. And let that kind of fade as it goes that way. Over here as well. Back to my blue here, so I get a little bit of the white in there. So a whole another flower over here. Whole another flower over here. Comes out like this, and then we'll have the petals. We have some of the stems there, some leaves. Thanks, Camda. I really wasn't sure. This is not really something that I've painted a whole bunch, or ever, actually. When I think about it, Camda, yeah, I've never really painted anything like this, so first time for everything, right? Yeah, it just occurred to me now, Camda. I'm like, yeah, I'm really, in all the years of painting, outside of maybe say a miniature or something like this, I couldn't tell you if I ever did anything like this just as a regular painting. Gotta keep trying new stuff all the time, right, Camda? And yes, eventually we'll get, some lighter stuff on that circle. I might actually go with that green. Kinda am liking that green. Some of that green also maybe in some of the leafy bits too on our plant. Might try that too on the kimonos there. Get that looped around there. And what, 3 hours, 36 minutes ago, these had, nothing in them. No paint on them whatsoever. They were just brown primer. That's it. More of that. Again, might be coming back into that with, say, some of that radiant green to create some of the flowers there, or some of the leaves. Might be doing that. Got some stems there. Some more of that lighter blue on the other side of the kimono there. I have to say, Ken, that there is still a part of me that likes the other, was it the Image to STL version of these? because stuff like the kimonos that's really clear as to as far as the printed detail on there. So yeah, still kind of trying to decide. Okay, which is really the best approach? Again, I'm pretty sure for all of the Lord of the Rings ones, I like the flatter approach of the image to STL. The BSG ones, probably a similar thing. It's just a weird, unique thing that these have. Like so the hair is really dark there, and it creates a giant chasm essentially. And now some of our blue is starting to get a little lighter. Well, it was. I was hoping that we could get a little bit of a difference in the coloration on these, and that seems to have been successful. This one's got a little. Once I started going with the Indanthrone blue on this, then we started to see a difference. I had to kind of get things figured out, and again, the Indanthrone blue. That's the real key there. That is just a very, very, very potent blue. I'll have to say, I can't even remember if Windsor Newton actually has an Indanthrone blue. I'm not sure that it does. I know Richardson and Gamlin have Indanthrone, but I think there might also be a Williamsburg. That is getting lighter and lighter in some parts of the flower there. Maybe not too much up here with the light there. Might also start thinking about that greenish. Yeah, in our. Let's do that. Let's do the essentially radiant green here in our border area. First, I think we'll go out here with that. I need maybe a little more thinner. Wasn't thinking at first, but maybe that's what we need to do. Yeah, I guess so. Maybe I might even need to throw a little bit of my not radiant green out there too. Okay, that's got a little chunk of something on the end of that brush. We'll get rid of that. Okay, none of those brush strokes went where they were supposed to. Yeah, that's really hard to take care of, is it not? That took at least 2.5 seconds. Ah, okay, we don't need that there. So, once again, we're going to just eliminate that. And we'll just go to there. Eventually, again, we figure things out. Maybe it takes a while. Back to our green along this deal here. Also, again, not really wanting that second line to be there. Okay, we'll just have to take care of it this way. I'm going to just do that. Since it's probably going to get in there anyways, we'll just preemptively stick some paint down in there. Hopefully you can see this. Yes, I realize it's going to have to be upside down for a little bit, but that is the only way we can get at some of this stuff here. Trying to just get this edgeola right here. And we're just gonna, I mean, I got to come back with some of the darker stuff anyhow. So if things go where they're not supposed to right here, I'm just not going to worry about it too much. Not going to get broken up about that. Because it's pretty much just going to be easier to come back with the darker stuff. So I'm just going to do this. Don't even care what's happening with it. I'm just going to blast that right in there. And have at it later. Same deal up on the top here. Also like that. Doing more of this here. Bring it down. Back to the darker blue stuff here. Actually, get a little bit of the Indianthropus blue. Like I said, it was just easier to get the later stuff on there, come back with the darker stuff, and just kill that. And that was way simpler. I'm going to try to lighten up my green here. Might have not gotten quite enough of the way. I think I did, maybe. I would like to lighten up this part up here. It's kind of what we've been doing on all of the buses, especially anything that has a circular or an arch or whatever towards the top of it like this. Seems to focus attention on the face and such pretty well. Take away a little bit more of that paint off of that brush. Try this again. And some of the Indianthropus blue mixing in there. No biggie. Yeah, here, let's get some more of this and some more back in here. And like so. More here. And let me take some more of this over here. There. Now back into back into some parts of the kimono here. Let's go back to our lighter magenta stuff. Because there's a whole bunch of these flowers here that I need to establish again. Like in here. Definitely some up here on the neck of that kimono. Couple of more flowers down here. maybe, I'm gonna go with this. Let me get a little bit more of the red into that again, and let me try. Oops, get rid of that chunk that's sitting on the end of the brush there. Now we're talking. Those sleeves needed to be emphasized a little bit more. Get more of my magenta, lighter magenta over over here. And some of these flowers never did get any of the later stuff yet, so let's get these guys in on the party here. Got a whole bunch of light to add to the ones in the hair. Yeah, make that one more the magenta too. Where are we at with this? I'm going to do that. This now. And then we again never got these two up here in the corner either, so let's get some of our later magenta on these. That one actually going to get pushed back down. Some of these earlier ones here. Like that. Again, I'm going to get my fast mat weight into this. That should help lighten these up some more. A little more evenly now. Oh yeah, these... Actually, there's some designs in these. I'll try to see if I can work that into those two. Give me a little bit of that red in here. So let's make these petals lighter now, towards the end here. In here for sure gotta be lighter. Nope, nope, no, back up here.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Eve by Night. Thank you very much for that follow. Of course, Gandalf appreciates all of his newest little hobbits. You know what Gandalf would appreciate? Why don't you get around to painting that flat of me? Because I know you got one. And there's a card on the bottom, and I look like a centaur writing the card, but still paint that one anyway. People will know when I start painting that one, right? Rico, thank you so much, Eve. Let's see what happens on the big Gandalf. Oh, he survives. He's already had a 1. Or is that? Yeah, he's had one of those already. We haven't had a Gandalf 6 yet, but thank you so much, Eve, for that follow. That is appreciated. These have, and these are very first Japanese themed flats. I've printed out a bunch of them. We've got at least about 30 different designs for this. Eventually, you'll see more and more of them. Try to get more of our light in here, and then we'll do even more light. We're just trying to establish more of our mid-tones right here, and also too just where the heck these where these flowers actually are on our kimono here. In we go. More of our light there. do this now. So I guess Rico, is there any relief in sight for all of the incinerating temps that are going on down there? I would imagine that if your south and deep south, they're gonna be getting snow. Then we must have had a polar vortex like this right around this time last year. Yeah, if they're getting that much cold slash snow or whatever, hey there, Uber Yeti. Hopefully you are surviving all of the cold stuff. It is officially 0 degrees out there, at least when I checked, I don't know, half an hour ago or something like that. And that would be 0 Fahrenheit, not 0 Celsius. So now you're looking at what, about minus 15 Celsius, something like that. So yeah, hopefully again, folks will be able to, and the places that aren't used to it. I mean, here it is. It's not the most convenient thing ever, but it's just a thing. It's like, okay, fine, it's cold again, whatever. Generally, if you have an inch of snow here, you'll have 3 inches of salt. But there's some parts where they're not really set up to do something like that, and that then things get a little bit more mischievous there. So it's pretty toasty, 19 degrees for Uber Yeti. So Uber Yeti, I hope that you like the Cylon uh, video there with the TMM and non-metallic, but hopefully you are ready for that Trench Crusade backdrop. Because that worked out pretty well, and it was really actually fun to be able to paint it in that way, painting on canvas again, and also being able to kind of paint the way I used to back in the days of 2D art. Much larger brushes, actually standing up instead of sitting down. It worked out so well, I think we'll be able to do, and I got many more backgrounds to paint. We'll start doing some Lord of the Rings ones, because, well, we haven't done that yet, so I think, who knows, maybe we do a little bit of a Shire-esque type of a backdrop or something. Boy, that's pretty elaborate there, Recoil. I I guess that, well, I don't think they really get the super cold stuff like we have here, but that would preserve the roadways, right? Recoil, let's just say that the worst thing for vehicles and for the roadways is all the salt. So that maybe that also keeps the roadways lasting a little bit longer. You can always, again, tell which kind of vehicles come maybe from, say, I don't know, Arizona or something like that, because, well, they don't have rust. Not to the degree like here. Right, Uber Yeti, we've got those big, essentially salt silos. As people wonder what those crazy little igloos are on the sides of the highways, yep, that's where all that salt is stored. Massive piles of it. Do this here. Get some more light in our magentas on the flowers here. Doing more of this over here. Like so. Also there. Get some light on this now. And here. Yeah, alright. So our flowers definitely stand up more and more and more and more here. Again, this was our first one over there. Fun with the dragon there. Ubrieti, if you want to share some stuffs in the chat there, please. You know the drill. Like always, please go ahead and share some stuffs. We try to pop in a bit more of the. Might come back with the Intensern blue here. I think at a certain point. Like this. And this here. Yeah, a couple little like blossoms there with the lighter magenta stuff. Catch, yeah, here, there's the little edges on that flower there. Maybe even here, drag that lighter flower into there. Let me see if I can go even lighter, maybe. I can. I still want it to actually have a bit of color to it, though. So let's make sure that still has some color to it. Gotta break this down some more. And we're gonna take the light into there. Also on the edge of that kimono there. Maybe lighten this up a little bit back there. Edge of, yeah, these couple of flowers here still gonna need some more light on them there. Yep, I'll get the light inside there. Yeah, there we are right there. Yeah, well, here we gotta get that later too. All right, let me stroll back to the Indanthrone blue. Maybe a little bit of our Prussian blue mixed in with that together here. Because some of this went a little wonky. We're gonna get some of that straightened out. Over here is another one of those spots. Second, there went my thinner. Where did that end up? There it is. Why, that Indanthrone blue. I mean, it's not an ultramarine. It's not an indigo. It's like this kind of really, really dark hybrid blue. That's for sure. Hard to describe what it even is. Same deal over on that side. It certainly is more of a reddish blue. And of course, no two Indanthrone blues are the same because, of course, I'm going to push that dark back a little that way. Also, again, try to sharpen that up with some of our dark. Dark up here. Also up there. Yeah, well, we can still see some of the brown primer over there, so I'm gonna get our blue pushed over into this little crevice there. Fine, a little more dark into that. Yeah, I think we're starting to get this to stand out that much more by starting to get this darker blue working in here. And yeah, that's the Indanthrone blue. That was not the original plan for this one by any stretch of the imagination. It just kind of worked out that way. Yeah, I was not kind of the way that was supposed to go. Getting there, getting there. So you can kind of see the turquoise there and that much more of a reddish blue that's happening here. I try to make this have a little more shape to it. It's kind of just a flat outline there. We don't want flat outlines. putting in our, get some deeper dark here. All the way up here, and we'll touch on that on the flower there. Get that cleaned up. Some dark along here, so we get almost kind of a light, and then it gets that dark, and the fold comes out a little lighter there now. Let me break out our lighter green again. Maybe not the super lightest green, but let me try this. On this bottom edge down here. Where the sleeve crosses in front of it. Nope, I guess I need more thinner there. Sure enough, it sticks with a little bit more thinner. It's a consistency difference. That's something that maybe, I guess, try and play around with more there. Camden is more of, I guess, a consistency difference with the Terra Rosa. And then two, maybe some, I know you'll even see it on the next video. I think it was for sure was on the Cylon bust, where I was just, all I was able to do was the old Morse code style there, where I was just tapping the brush to it. Couldn't do any kind of brush stroke except to just go like that, because otherwise the paint was just going to come right off of there. Especially that iridescent pearl white. Oh, it's a big old chunk of paint on there. Let's get rid of that. Let me see if I can. No, I'm going to rotate it over this way. And then we're going to try to. Yeah, that got a little. Yep, there we go. That is the truth, right, Uber Yeti? Because, well, every paint color is different, every paint lines are different. The surface that you're working on is going to be different. It's pretty much impossible to just kind of always replicate the same painting situation over and over. There's always going to be something kind of new, which generally means a new hard lesson, right, Uber Yeti? And I know that that's not the most, let me say, that can be a little bit upsetting to some folks. But of course, if you do the color chart stuff and also consider doing just a value study, one light color, one dark color, that way you don't have to be thinking about, well, okay, is this color, okay, what's the consistency of this color? Is this going to make things, do I have to thin this paint down to get it to stick or whatever? If it's just one light color, one dark color, it's going to be a whole lot easier for you to figure out. Got that idea from our watercolor class, where, again, we started it out, all we had was basically Van Dyke Brown. It was a dark brown, that was it. There were no other colors. Even after 5 months, we only had 3. You could do the same thing with the oils. You could say, okay, you know what? I'm gonna go from 1 to 3 to 5 to 7, whatever. And you don't necessarily have to paint things that, again, I don't want to say would require a bunch of different colors, but would require a bunch of different colors. You can just kind of go, all right, here, this is, I'm pretty sure I can get away with just these 5 colors on this one thing, so I'll just do that and kind of, again, learn a little bit more about the just the application of the paint. Because usually, if you've got a thicker layer of paint, if you're going to go over the top of that with success, that generally means there's going to be more thinner in what you're putting on there than what you did the last time around. And it doesn't mean that one's a pin line wash and the other is just straight out of the tube. It can sometimes be a small difference, maybe as little as 10 to even less than maybe 5% difference. But as long as there's a difference, that pretty much tends to work out in your favor. Of course, again, certain reds tend to be one of those colors that's kind of hard to keep getting more and more red paint on there. Sometimes it's easier just to go a bunch lighter like I did, and then take our much darker reds and almost do like a dry brushed glaze, if that makes any sense. So Uber Yeti, that video then that'll be going up on the Patreon page later tonight. That is certainly going to put the watercolor in oil painting. Oh my goodness! In the entire first at least 25 to 30 minutes, it's just gonna look like it's a watercolor on a canvas, no less. So here, this red is translucent. It's a little bit like what we do with our Indian yellow, where that is not a glaze. If it was a glaze, it'd be going all over the place. It's not going all over the place. That means not a pin line wash. What do we have here? Darker again, down here with our red, and then same thing in here. So now we really see that light, then it goes dark, then back to light again. And when you pair up, say something like the Indian yellow, or even like with this alizarin crimson that I'm using here, you get the most incredible of transparent orange. I mean, a really fabulous transparent orange. Again, gonna darken that up around that edge up there. So yeah, now it really does start to stand out from our other one there. So the more red in the blue, more red in the flowers there. Nah, I was going to darken that down a little bit, but I think we'll save that for our dragon over here. Get a little bit of that going in these flowers here. Also into that one. Whoops, almost forgot you. Okay, a little dark on the underside of that too. Back over here, and we're going to do the same thing again with this very translucent red here. Really darken it down. Also, I think that now stands out from the neck fairly well. Alright, right. Whatever's going on again with the kimonos here. Fine, we'll darken that up some more. Now again, all of our flowers here starting to stand out. Even these now a little more. So back to my. See if we can do some more of our lightest red here. Still got my Phasma white out there. Back to it. No, not too much thinner there. I was getting close to too much thinner. Yeah, let's get there. More light right up in here. Top of that flower there. Right on the edge of you, and then to the center we go. Probably got to get some more of the dark in the center of that other flower. Just notice that. Back of the kimono here, and again some of the flowers there. Petals in this flower. These two here. Now that we got that dark back in there. Yeah, now, it's definitely easier to establish my lightest stuff there for sure. Again, a couple more of my lights like that. Doing the thing inside that little central core of the flower. Here's some lighter stuff on the petals. Boy, they came. I wasn't really sure about these. They're real different. Obviously, chrysanthemums, those type of flowers, not really something I've done a whole bunch of before. And of course, and now you're painting them on a sleeve, right, Candace? So that makes it more interesting too. And then got all the blue around it also. And really glad that I changed that from what the original was to that sort of, again, a greenish color. Now let me, I'm going to try to go super light maybe on this green. Either that or I'm going to have to tint some of this stuff a little darker. Let me see what happens when we try to go just super light here with almost straight up fast matte white. Let me see what happens here. Might also throw a couple of really, really super light highlights on the hair. Like this. Okay, we got it here. And kind of a little chain of highlights. We maybe start here. And those work their way back. Yeah, that's it. Same deal back here, and especially at the top. Yeah, okay, now that's starting to feel like that is a raised surface. I am going to do a similar deal over here. Mr. Dragon, gonna get some light on him. Maybe on that cheek there. Yeah, that needs a little something there on the hairpins. Get a little something in that, and oh, here, the core or the of our flowers here. But haven't had that set up for quite some time, and then didn't actually do the later things in there. We'll get there eventually. At some point, the feeble brain will remember it needs to do these different things. Also that. And yep, same deal on this flower here. Okay, so those, I mean, it only took a minute or so. Really changed all that stuff going on up there. Big time. Now I'm gonna get this stuff out of the brush here back to the, as close to just the white as possible. So I'm picking out, again, some of the lightest areas on the flowers here. Also, again, these kind of central core areas here of the flowers. More of that right here. Also there. He's nice. So recoil, hopefully there's some yummy chow fixin' to be made. I ran over to the store today to make sure that we have enough different chow just to be able to make ourselves a few days worth of stuff here. I do believe, let me see, tomorrow might, let's see, well, we'll see what we're going to be doing for tomorrow. We got some stuff already that we can have for after the stream, for supper tonight. It is a cuisine channel after all. Among all other things. Trying to, yeah, yes. Nope. Let me go back to this green. That is a better idea. Better idea. Up and over and down. Yeah, this is all kind of a whole bunch of nothing right here. Let's make this a little bit of something. Like we do. Yeah, all of these things are just kind of... They're not even really hashed out yet. Let's do a little something with these now. Ah, well, that's fantastic there, Ubi Yeti. Just like it's never too early for miniature painting, it's never too early for the cuisine. Never too early. Okay. Get that working too. edge of the sleeve. Yeah, originally you can see the reference over there. All of this stuff was more of a, well, almost like a Naples yellow, actually, and now you can see it's very much shifted over towards the green. Trying to lighten up some of the knuckles here. The wrist. Okay. No. That would be too light. I need a little bit more of this skin tone here. Ah, there we go. So I was just trying to separate one of the hair there. That seems to work. Yeah, Uber Yeti. I mean, we were obviously fortunate with the Boy Scout stuff, right? That, well, if nobody was gonna cook it, nobody was gonna eat. Somebody had to cook the stuff there, and well, obviously, different people got assigned to do it different days. Yep, if there's nobody making food, people are gonna get a mite bit hungry, and there's nobody to do it for you. Work it this way, yeah. Now we're gonna get some of that down into here. We haven't really done a whole bunch on these areas. Lighten up. Nope. Back to my yellow here again. And that's gonna, yeah. Everything there was pretty much just the same value. That kind of sets our backdrop. Well, guess what? Towards the back. Good plan. That's for sure they're Uber Yeti, and if you're in, shall we say, a more primitive environment there, nowhere near any urban areas, it's not like you can just go pop over and get yourself something to eat. There's just nothing to eat. And you're out in the woods there, so never know what might happen out in the woods. With a whole bunch of hungry Boy Scouts. Let me try to lighten up the edges of these things. Yeah, and now this too. This, maybe, where's my Indian yellow? That, hopefully that's not too light. I think that's good, kind of a middle tone there. But this thing, just like on the other side, we need to at least lighten this a tiny bit here. Yeah, we need to do a little bit of that. Also, kind of earlier today, uh, I saw those marker, was the marker brushes or whatever, and I'm just officially giving up. I'm not going to try to put any more oils in those. We're just going to say that is a failed experiment, and then we'll just do the much easier stick some acrylic inks in them and see how they work, because they just don't seem to want to work. Let me see if I can try and get this. Well, first of all, picture time. Forgot all about that. there's been a few little changes to these over the last half-ish hour or so, because we are now at 4 hours 33 minutes in. I think this is the one that's got our Van Dyke Brown. I'm just gonna try and shake this baby up here. All right, see you later there, Camden. Again, I'll shoot you some messages. Oh, and this is the right. That's right. It's now. Let me see. Do we actually have anything coming out of here? Not anything really of worth. I mean, I guess a little bit. I'm just trying to use this because I know I would just want to get the dart right up against that edge there. Yeah, they really don't do a whole bunch of much. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Kanda, and thank you so much. Appreciate the kind words. So I'll try and get those out there for you to see before you have to feed all the hungry kitties there. And again, Ken, I'll shoot you a little message tomorrow. And well, here's hoping that you also enjoy the tutorial. And it's very much loosey goosey there, Camda. You will enjoy again. You'll get the sense of how much fun I was having. Again, being able to just kind of like stand up and hold the brush, kind of like the old days. Yeah, a little bit like the old days. Is nice. Yeah, I'm gonna darken you up too a little bit there. Take yeah, cut into that flower a little more. Everything except the what was it, the magic white or whatever that he had, Camda. Yeah. And again, it's going to be very much a watercolory oil painting, especially to start out with. And yeah, I had no idea early on, Camda, that you know that's what he had on that canvas, and that's why he was able to do all that real interesting blending so easily right off the bat, is because he had that white sitting on there. I had no idea whatsoever. And of course, I was also working on canvas boards, and you will hear me talking about how nifty it was to be able to do that on a canvas where it had a little more give to it. So yeah, that is the next Patreon video. That is again coming up basically later today. I'm going to be uploading it after the stream here. And then that will be again going up for the folks on the Patreon page. Latest video was the Cylon bust, where we were. It's about as direct comparison of non-metallic to true metallic as you can possibly get, because it was all on the very same bust. Yes, one side of this is true metallic, the other side is non-metallic. And I had a blast with this because, again, completely symmetrical. So yeah, Uber Yeti, it was essentially a super thin down white paint for all intents and purposes. And it basically meant that the paint just kind of slid around on the surface. Would have been handy to know that when I was a kid trying to, well, It was that Bill Alexander had some version of that too on his stuff. Needless to say, there was a wee spot of frustration as I was trying to match something that there was no way I could replicate. That's, well, kind of how we ended up with some of the hybrid techniques that we have now. This is from trying to somehow negotiate that. Do this. Probably another reason for working so much faster, too. Nice to see you there, Pura Vida. So, Pura Vida, hopefully you're staying warm there. My guess is it's got to be about 0 out there now. If it's not in the negatives. So yeah, hopefully everybody is staying as warm as possible there. I don't know if it's super windy. Why? Once I took down the flag from outside, it was a little bit hard to see what was going on with the wind. Well, the tree wasn't bouncing around like it was before. Well, Pure Vida, the last time I checked was what was it about? It was about an hour ago, Pure Vida. So who knows? It could be -10 here or something like that. That I don't know. So it could have gotten a whole bunch colder again. I would say that's been by an hour and 10 minutes at least. -18 wind chills Celsius. That's probably in the cards. Air temperature, yeah, that could be a mite bit frosty. That was the air temperature. But yeah, not so sure if it's that windy here. And of course, everything's kind of moving from the north and west, so 2-3 hours from now, it could be a whole bunch colder. Because it was definitely this morning, especially, and in the early afternoon, that was definitely quite the breeze going on. So yeah, I really look at the difference here again. The turquoise over there, and your Endanthrin blue over here. Yeah, Pure Vida was kind of thinking that last year, right around this time, is when you had all the snow way down south, like New Orleans getting 9 inches of snow. Now, I don't think they're going to be really seeing much of that. But I do think, well, some part Tennessee, Texas, all that kind of stuff, Kansas, I guess. Thank you so much, Pura Vida. I think with our Shadow Lord here, I'm going to go, I think with the sand bases on them. Because, well, they pretty much cover up the whole base anyways. So thank you so much, Pura Vida. Appreciate that. So yeah, Pura Vida. These are the first of the new Japanese themed flats, and again, these are the more these are the part that have a little bit more relief to them than the earlier ones, and I think this is definitely the way to go with the printing on these guys. So that is to prevent sleep streaming. That's the new medicine because we don't have any of the other medicines. So that is I was able to find 0 sugar Monster Energy drinks. They kind of have all the stuff that you're looking for, but minus the stuff that you might not be looking for. But yeah, no, haven't been to the pharmacy in quite some time. These are just, it's all just about keeping my face from landing down on the table so that you're not just seeing the back of my head. I think it was just a few streams ago. I know, well, actually, I was during the Arthurian stream. That's right. Yeah, I did fall asleep there because this fell out of my hand. So it's kind of a combination of both. A lot of it is just the stuff that's already there, and some of the little stuff in here is also a little extra painted on type stuff. And that's kind of how it is with the flats. Sometimes you can make them actually a little bit more interesting by painting in maybe a little something that's not actually technically sculpted on there. And then, of course, since these are all test prints, Pura Vida, sometimes I have no choice but to go, oh, well, okay, that wasn't really the greatest print. I need to change the setting on the height map or something like that. But since I printed it right, I just kind of got to use it. No, yeah, it's just the craziness of the hours, and well, I have a feeling that there's not any sleep tomorrow is going to be kind of erratic. It'll just be like, okay, we'll do a few hours here, check on things, a few hours more sleep, check on things. Because Pura Vida, there was this, actually, this is the very, very first one that we did. So all of this stuff that's painted in here and a lot of that stuff, actually all of that stuff, none of that is there. This was all just blank. And that was also blank in those areas. But I kind of painted that in just to, again, create something. Instead of just like, okay, this plant just sitting here, we have a smaller version of that plant in the distance. And again, there's nothing right there. Yeah, I can't. It's been just kind of extra bizarre. Really, it kind of really started to elevate when the with the holiday stuff. Well, and then of course the situation last Friday, was it? Yeah, yeah, last Friday, right? Cam did that sort of as a bit of a surprise. It kind of went from so and so is sick to, well, now there's this happening. Well, that's the reason why I was did not do the usual Monday stream. So sorry we missed out on Armada Mondays. So yeah, Pura Vida just also to the trying to keep those their warm mist humidifiers. They do a lot of good things, Pura Vida. The problem is, by their very nature, they're kind of exhausting their fuel supply quicker. Because they're not just evaporating the water and creating a mist, they're also heating it up, so it kind of evaporates that much faster. They really do work well, I gotta tell you. They're pretty effective. They don't necessarily physically, okay, turn something from 65 degrees to 70 degrees, but it will at least feel warmer. And well, also too, yeah, that's why it's 34% humidity in here. Because if those weren't going full blast 24 hours a day, it would be like 13% humidity in here, and it would be even tougher on the voice. So again, some more of my darks in there. See that kind of translucent red. let's see, I put that kind of the window sealer stuff on some windows that I've never done that on before. Now, the nice thing is, it's on windows that never get opened, so I will just leave it on there over the summer. Most of the windows already had that stuff on there anyways. Whether it's just a holdover from the summer or I put it on earlier this winter. And again, the other thing that folks are going to want, that's the other thing too, Pura Vida run water. Oh, thanks, Libya. Appreciate that. Sorry there, Libya. So again, we've got a couple of different stuff. Let me see if I can dig out the older version of these. Let me see. Are these the... Ah, here they are. Here they are. So you can see these are kind of the older versions where... Oh, well, look at this. There you go. So you can see the hair, because it's so dark, right? It sinks way down. And this, instead of... See how that's sunk? That's actually raised. Now, the one thing is that the image to STL, that like the dragon and a lot of the... See, the scales are pretty easy to hash out there. Then also, see, oh, there's actually a little kind of a dragon thing back here too. You can really see all the designs on the kimono. This, however, does, again, it's a kind of a different motif right there from this type of print. And then here's another one comparison right here. So again, you can kind of see this is sunk really deep, and then that is slightly raised there. And here's another one right here. Again, that hair is really sunk, and then here the hair is raised. But you can see a lot of these. Look at the, like in your castle there, you can see much more of the detail there. But I mean, look at that, is really a deep inset there. So I'm not so sure that is going to, and then your flowers are really standing up here. So I'm not so sure about those. Again, all of these are test prints. Every single last one of these is just an experiment and using different types of software to create them. So Libya, I hope that everything is going fabulous on this, well, it's Friday, or yeah, Friday morning or Friday afternoon. Could be a Friday afternoon for some folks. You know what? I'm going to do this here. I'm going to actually take some of our chromium oxide green. We'll mix that in here. Ah, yes. Nope, nope, nope. Wait. More of the chromium oxide green. And you're good. There you are. There you are. So you can see there's a little bit of variation in this. It's kind of like that earlier one that I showed, where we essentially painted a bunch of flowers and such that are not part of that, or created some gradations that weren't necessarily part of the original intention. Also, too, you can see the references down in the corner. Of course, unfortunately, I reversed these, right? This one should have been on this side to match up the reference over there, so it'll be a little less confusing for you, but I think you can kind of get the point, see what's going on there. A little bit more of our dragon here. And well, let's see, we've got a bunch more Thursdays before Adepticon, so that means we're going to be painting a whole bunch of these. Again, our Battlestar Galactica are Arthurian ones. I'm still looking around for what happened to my Arthurian ones. Oh, I think, let's see. No, I don't see them over there. And of course, this again, this is a very different type here. The ones that we did of Eowyn, much flatter. So hopefully all things home and hearth are doing well there, Pura Vida, and not too much mischief going on. Now, Pura Vida, I guess snow-wise, I don't think we're really fixing to get too much in the way of snow. I would be surprised if it was anything more than either a dusting or an inch or two, which is pretty inconsequential unless it's kind of blowing around, in which case, well, it's mobile, and mobile snow can be a little bit harder to keep track of. It ends up transporting itself onto areas that you already shoveled. I mean, we have very little on the ground now. I mean, there's barely a dusting on the ground, so it can be windy all at once here. There's nothing really for it to blow around. Now, the folks on the other side of the Lake Pura Vida, that's a different story. I would imagine they've got quite the bullseye on them right now. Good old lake effect snow, right, Pura Vida? Yeah, not so much here. Again, the wind will occasionally stroll in out of the east, but that is occasionally. So yeah, there is not much in the way of snow on the ground here. There's just barely a little bit of dusting of it here and also there. Now also here we're going to try and extend some of our designs here a little, not too much. Also, that needs to strobe a little further there. We also need a touch of that here. Let me, ooh, okay, I got a little more of that on the brush than I wanted. So I'll just deposit some elsewhere. And then bring in a little more here. I mean, obviously we're going to get the, anytime the wind comes out of it out of the east, you're going to get that warmer lake moisture hitting the much colder air. And you can have one area getting pounded with snow, and a mile or two away, it's either sunny or there's no snow at all. But there's some bits there. So yeah, it's just one of those again zero sugar Monster Energy drinks. I was really glad I found those Pura Vida because the ones that I was first doing, they had about 7 weeks worth of your daily requirement of sugar, which is suboptimal to say the least. These have none, which is a little bit more optimal. They have all the other stuff. No caffeine as far as we could see, but that's another positive there too, I think. So thank you so much, Pura Vida. That is a huge help. Of course, actually, Pura Vida, I did kind of shut down the printing stuff. First of all, there's too many wild temperature swings down there because as soon as the sun comes out, well, then everything plummets. Also, too, kind of about to run out of resin again, and I really, well, A, I wasn't sure if Amazon was even doing deliveries, and B, I didn't really want somebody to have to be wandering around in minus 50-degree wind chills just to bring me resin. So yeah, I'm just like, nope, I don't think we want to have somebody out there in that. So let's not do that. much as I would like to have some more resin, I thought, yeah, let's not drag somebody out there to do that unless they're absolutely positively just doing their usual shipping, no matter what the situation is. I know this was back in 2021, I think it was. Yeah, I think it was up in Fargo or whatever. They shut down the UPS hub because it was minus 60 wind chills or something up there. Try to see a little bit more of the dark in the fingers there. So that'd be the usual Soraya Simple. Now they refer to it as water washable. It is definitely. I mean, it's not really not water washable at all. Because I will put water. I'll use water to wash it after I've soaked it in, rubbing alcohol first. Because you don't do the rubbing, even when you do the rubbing alcohol, if the rubbing alcohol is kind of like older, it doesn't really clean very much. So yeah, that's a little bit of a fib right there. The whole, oh yeah, this is water washable. It never said it early on either. Yeah, that was not part of the label early on. It was, oh yeah, you can wash this with water. It is most definitely not. We're most definitely getting a little bit more of our Indian yellow into here to kind of shade that down a little bit. Now let's go back over here and let me see if I can get some lighter reds on these flowers here. Let's do this. This is about as light as, well, I mean, it's practically white. So this is as light as we can go on said flowers here. And we're going to really stick to ones that should be getting the most light. I mean, it makes sense, right? It makes sense. Paint here is relatively thick. It's about a 50-50 mix thinner to our paint there. I mean, anything that's going to have any sort of white in it, the paint just by its nature is the consistency is going to be thicker. That gets tossed on its head a little bit when you get into your things like Indian yellow, hyper translucent color, and it's like goop, right, Camden? I mean, it is really thick paint, yet it is hyper translucent. It has virtually no opacity. So again, we're getting the lighter edges on our flowersy things here. You always kind of have to be looking out for the stuff, right, Uber Yeti, when it's on sale. Well, that's the other thing. Well, no, it is 22, so it is still at its cheaper price. Again, I would have, if it wasn't this kind of weather out there, I would have just gotten another one for sure. But I just thought, let's not make somebody have to go out there in this weather. Of course, they'll just be somewhere else delivering stuff, so it's not like I'm saving anybody some hassle. Okay, yeah, I needed to extend up the forehead on that just a little bit there. Let me, on the sleeves here, just a teensy bit more, and then on the petals on this thing a little bit. On the side there. I am going to try to get some of my... so again, I was just thinking of bamboo for the outside of this. So what do we got here? Let me just take some of you. some of this. And some, let me see what happens with this. Just again, a little bit of a dry brush here. Again, almost trying to simulate a little bit of wood type texture here or something. Get a little bit of the, okay, that wasn't, that was not what we were looking for. Let's try and undo all that over here. Let's get some blue into that. Take that out. And then back to our turquoise over here. On there. Darker turquoise. There. Some of our blue. Down in there to get rid of the big swath of brown that just got painted across there. And we'll maybe try this again, minus the whole part where we drag the brown paint across all the other stuff that we've been painting for the last 5 hours. That's one of those special pro tips that you only get here. Yeah, don't take the brush with all kinds of nasty paint in there and then just swipe it across all the stuff that you've been painting. Maybe if I just hold it on its side. Did I do any of the other? Yeah, see the other ones? Yeah, I've kind of stuck with this frame design, not so much this one. That was, I think I was doing this design on the Arthurian stuff. Yeah. So once again, just trying to make sure that we don't have any more whoopsies there. Because that was, yeah, that wasn't super ideal. Maybe I'm going to take the, something like this here. Oh, let's go much darker here. Got some of our brown. It's not quite a pinline wash. But yeah, I like that idea there. So I have to go back in there and again get rid of some of the that brown that worked its way in there. Dark here. I'm gonna thin that down and try this here. And this here. I think, what was it? There was, some of the, I think it was some of the Sunlu, whatchamacallit, the matte PLA, yeah. The thing is, though, those plastic spools, you get the, okay, was it the usual Elegoo stuff that I use? If the package takes a heavy hit or gets dinged or something like that, you'll have cardboard spools that are bent, but the plastic spools, like those ones in the Sunlu, just about every one of them has some kind of a break on it. So I won't be getting any more of those. I know that there's some folks that don't like the cardboard spools, but that is the one nice thing about them, I have to say, is that if they maybe got a little bit of rough treatment on the way to you, at least the spools are going to be intact. Again, having them be dented, not the most convenient thing either, but still more usable than one where the spool is cracked and now it's kind of starting to, shall we say, despool itself. I'm not a big proponent of bend but don't break defense in football. However, it seems to be a decent enough strategy when it comes to spool technology. So yeah, I think now we're sort of getting a little bit of a wood feel to those. Back to my violet, maybe a little touch of the yellow in there. Yeah, not a bunch of this, just a little. That's where a lot of people use that ABS type stuff. I've never ever used that. And I guess that's the stuff that has a little bit, maybe a little bit of a fragrance to it or something. Camda, the ABS like or something. Because the the matte PLA certainly doesn't have. At least doesn't seem like it has any sort of smell to it or whatever's. All right. Now we're going to come back over here and we're going to actually, ooh, let me try this. I'm going to actually get me a little bit of a, here. I am going to use, also some of the Prussian blue. So we're going to go like this. Yeah, okay, so that's, yeah, because there'll be a couple of times where people say, man, doesn't that have a, fragrance to it, whatever. I'm like, what are you talking about? That's because they must be using the ABS stuff. Come on. There we are. Oh, so touch that dirt right along that line there. Okay, yeah. That was the way to go. Darken down a little bit more the dragon there. Get more of my darker blue in there. What about this? A couple of these lines here. I'm gonna maybe go with this. Right along here, because that. Yeah, it was a little loose on that edge there. Maybe the same deal up here. I don't know. So yeah, Camda, we'll also be starting some of the. Can pick out some of those Trench Crusade busts, and I'm going to try to start making some STL files out of them. Again, I'm going to start with the ones that just seem to have the highest likelihood of success. There's ones that I really like to try, but I could just see some of them going a little bit pear-shaped, quite literally. So we'll give those a shot. And again, that was the other thing I forgot to go grab, the Trench Crusade bus to show folks. That was one of the reasons why I kind of went to go find some of that other stuff and check on things, was to also grab that bus, but forgot that. We'll try to have that on hand. What was down in the photography area, along with all the other Trench Crusade stuff, as in every single. Oh, yeah, that was the other thing, Cam. I kind of found out just how many Trench Crusade figures I've already painted. I know I have a ton more prepped that I got to get on bases and such. All right. Trying to maybe lighten up this little stem here a little bit, I guess. Back to my blue here. Because there's a little bit of the overflow of our orangey yellow in that, and straighten that out a little. This in the hair, it's got a little bit of our blue in there as well. That sort of creates, again, a cool versus warm contrast in the hair. See, I wasn't not originally intending for this to get quite so much towards the reddish blue, but I really did like it. So again, sometimes you got a plan for something or whatever, and as you're moving along, it kind of helped having this one, believe it or not. Actually, having the two of these side by side, I'm like, okay, that's getting to be a little too much the same, and I like to change in direction so much, I just kept going with it. So you don't necessarily, again, have to, say, scrap your original plans or anything like that. But maybe being open to a little change, a little course correction or something like that along the way, not the worst thing in the world. Does it mean that the initial plan was not a good one? I mean, you can have the greatest play call in the world in the huddle, and then you get out there and it's like, well, there's like 10 guys in the box. Maybe we shouldn't do a draw play up the middle. Maybe we try doing something else. Because we have 10 mobile brick walls lined up now right across from us within 2 yards of the line of scrimmage. Thanks, Recoil. Really appreciate that. I wasn't at Rico. I just again, I forgot that these were brand new, and I also forgot that I'd never actually painted anything like this before. Again, maybe on a couple of miniatures, but that's a little bit different, right, Rico? A couple of 28 mil figs. I guess I'll have to see if it can turn some of these into miniatures somehow. I'm not sure. Well, we'll have a go at it. And well, what's the other? Oh, geez, what's the other thing I have to remember, Rico? Oh yeah, the Blood Bowl team, the mimes. Gotta do the mimes. While I'm doing the photography for all the Trench Crusade stuff, well, later today. Like so. Geez, I'll have to also send you to some of the busts that I was trying to make trying to like translate over some prompts. Oh my, you will just be getting a huge laugh out of those recoil for sure. So I'll try and get those your way. Trying to work in a little something something right there. Okay. Push a bit of my red there. What is happening up here? Not an there we go. Yes, that was very much missing there. And again, it's kind of nice. This is the first time on on the frames or whatever. There's just been a little bit of brushy stuff or something instead of like a full-fledged design on there or whatever. Here are that. So it's a little bit different there. Oh, thanks, Pura Vida. That is very much appreciated there, Pura Vida. Actually, so now, Vita, is there any parts of the house? Because that's so many people have been telling me it's like, yeah, Kathy's family. They're like, yep, don't be anywhere near this wall of the house. You are guaranteed to be frozen if you stand there. So don't be there. And then there's this other part of the house that just, because of its proximity to a heat vent or whatever, well, kind of like the painting area here, strategically placed so that the heat vent is literally at my feet. So on days like this, it's a built-in foot warmer essentially. Sorry, Cam. I know that it's been dinner time for a while. Sorry to kind of keep you hanging over here, Cam. To go feed the kitties there. You don't want 10,000 angry Urukai there, Camda. So definitely go feed them. And of course, they can't have the legs. They can't have just the legs either. Let me do this. Also this here. Well, just don't stock up too much on that lambus bread there, Camda. Also, beware of blonde ladies with pointy ears that are carrying lambus bread. Just don't. I think, as they might say, it's a trap. I believe it's a trap. Let me do this. Rico, for some reason, there's a part of me, again, if I had the time, but there's a part of me that wants to actually create an image, literally, of Galadriel going into Moria with like a giant sack of lambus bread, and dropping that down right in front of Alex. Because there's just, I don't, there's something of the humor in that would just be priceless there. Now, this is kind of where I've been making the comparison in Danthrin Blue to the Perline Crimson. Now, obviously, Perline Crimson is way more expensive than the Danthrin Blue, but when you put white in with them, the effect is real similar. And again, I don't know, I couldn't tell you what the special sauce is or the magic whatever, but there is definitely something. I don't know what it is, but that's why I always kind of thought of this this blue right here is almost like an amethyst kind of color. It really does kind of seem a bit like that. Now, well, gee, that's now no wonder we're getting hungry. It's 5:16 in the morning. Well, who'd have thunk that? Also, too, power of suggestion, right? Recoil with Camda talking about vittles. Talking about vittles can make you hungry. Get more of this is that again that combo of just some of the white mixed with the indanthrene, and that's where you can really see the red. That is when you combo that together, it that's why we use when we're doing our color charts. That's why we use the white there is sort of it's the one control color. All the other stuff is to see what happens when we mix it with a more yellow radiant or something or some green. But the control color always is going to be the white. So yeah, now it's not quite as solid there. Yeah, that sounds pretty good there, Recoil. It does. It sounds like a plan. Plus two, we gotta get those miniatures ready. If we want to paint those on the stream later today, well, guess what? They need to get prepped. One of them ready to go. Other two, not so much. So yeah, that's we're gonna go do that. Gonna get those babies prepped. And of course, that's where we kind of say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers and the raids because we had all of the above. Armored Wolf had to leave for an emergency, so we're also going to see how things are going there. And again, it's going to be chow time here in Wampleville. So thanks, Pure Vita, appreciate that. Thanks for hanging out. Wow, actually, that's I'm gonna have to tell Camda that our magic, not radiant cobalt blue, is looks a little bit like Indanthrene blue with some white in it. So I see you in a bit there, Recoil again. Once I can kind of get all the post stream stuff all situated. I'm gonna zoom out here so we can see both of our fabulous first ever Japanese themed flats. Thank you so much, Pura Vida. Actually, Pura Vida, I have almost all of the above. Well, I don't have the broccoli, but I do have some. I don't have the apples, but I do have grapes. I do have nuts. I actually have sweet potatoes. Yep, I got sweet potato. I do have onion. Actually, that's what I'm gonna be eating. Well, probably not tonight, but definitely tomorrow. So I got a bunch of those things, Pura Vida. Yeah. So thank you so much, Pura Vida. Sorry that I have to cut out here, but I mean, there you go. There's the very first ones. Not too shabby there. So I'm gonna get the actually. Well, let's head over to Mike here. Yeah, let's head over to Mike because we haven't had a chance to raid Mike in quite some time. So thanks again, everybody, and I will see you out later today. Yeah, and again, we will be painting amongst other things some 28 mil versions of our homemade characters, like again the Golden King of Abrakan. See you later, there, Uber Yeti.